WNBA is considering several changes to improve the level of play in the league next year. Among the proposals, extending the playoffs, increasing salaries, bringing back the three-point line, and replacing all these female players with guys. The WNBA officials expanded to 10 teams this week, adding franchises in Detroit and Washington, D.C. But before you get too excited about the new additions to the league, remember, all of the players are still women. They stink at basketball. That's the problem. Other than that, it'd be a good game, but they're all horrible, so it makes for a kind of boring game.
The next time I watch a WNBA game will be the first time I watch a WNBA game. Hey, WNBA, I got an idea that'll sell some tickets, shirts, and skins. Okay, WNBA high scoring and enter. Oh, Google. Did you mean NBA high scoring? That's terrible. Oh, come on now. All right, let's try a different one. WNBA triple double. And enter. Oh, Google. Look what Google said. Did you mean NBA triple double? Google, that is sexist. I can't believe this. Okay, last try, Google. Let's make it easier. WNBA double double. Enter. Google! Oh, Google. Last week, we searched a few terms like WNBA high scoring. And Google asked, did you mean NBA high scoring? Oh, Google. Hey, but get this. The next day, Google fixed it. They removed all their sexist NBA suggestions. So well done, Google.
After closing out a successful first season, the WNBA is considering several changes to improve the level of play in the league next year. Among the proposals, extending the playoffs, increasing salaries, bringing back the three-point line, and replacing all these female players with guys.
Oh, Google.
The WNBA officials expanded to 10 teams this week, adding franchises in...
Oh, Google. Isn't that terrible? Isn't that just terrible what Google does? The sexism, the patriarchy. Anyway, I didn't really clean my little area to get ready. I just wanted to get on air. And let me get the stock prices. I have to sign in, though. I have to sign in. It's easy. It's easy. Pretty easy, anyway, if I have a memory. Okay. Let's give a rundown on the scores around the league. GBUX, I just have 5 that show up, and then I can look for others. My last 5 entries. So this must have been where we left off on Sunday. Anyway, GBUX 263 down 6 cents. Very interesting there. I think the risk is high. I don't know why they didn't get the deal done. And as I expressed to you before, the whole goal of the criminal element, which is partially legal, unfortunately, and the other part is hidden, and non-traceable, and then there's part that's illegal. But it's not, the more I've followed all of this, I don't think there's many lawyers out there, attorneys out there, who will, it's just not that winnable. It's just not that winnable. So I think the banksters have set up a perfect crime, but make no mistake, it is a crime, and it offers very little. Trying to get that sunlight out of the, so I can see better. It offers very little to the American economy or the American investor. It's all for the banksters. Anyway, what interests me about GBUX is they did delay the dividend, so possibly they're still working on getting that big transaction done. If they do that, who knows? Who knows? But I think if you have limited funds like I do, there's better risk reward out there. I mean, the thing about GBUX, if it's the one stock on this list that if it catches fire, could really squeeze. You could really have one of those ginormous squeezes if it catches fire. But I think it's, I don't understand why the deal's not done. And the criminals, what they've done is the company struck a deal. They had to announce it because that's what the regulators who work for the criminals, they work for BlackRock, they work for Steve Cohen, they work for Ken Griffin, and others. So it's all set up. So they had to announce their deal before it closed. So the criminals' goal is to drive the price down, to break up the deal, and change the price per share on the deal. And they may have won on that. I don't know. We'll find out. It's very exciting, though. I think that GBUX could be a thrill over the next couple of weeks, but it's risky, and maybe fatally risky. I just want to emphasize, I'm uncomfortable, but we'll find out. GME, which people here recommended. I, of course, have not been a big fan. It's $35. $35. So does that mean I'm wrong? It could be. Does that mean it's going to go to $350? Could be. But I think more likely Ryan Cohen, he'll do a deal. Maybe not here. Maybe the stock still has to go to 40 or 45 or 42, but then he'll do a deal for $1 billion. Everybody on Wall Street will make money. The shorts will get covered. And then diehard believers in GME will say it's going to be the mother of all squeezes. But I think GME is overpriced by about $30 a share. So if you own GME and you're tired of holding it, one reason to hang on is for a big squeeze. I don't think it's going to happen. The other reason to hang on is you have long-term capital gains, so you don't want to give that up. And another reason is you think it's going to go to 40 or 45. You know, it could go up 10% from here. And that might excite you. But we'll talk about two other stocks here very quickly. That GME could be a source of funds in the short run, particularly if you can separate yourself from the 10% it might go up and from long-term capital gains issues. Nixie, I'll talk about one right now, NIXX, trading at $1.87. I think realistically, Nixie is a June trade, but I don't know that it'll stay under $2 while we wait for June. June's just 3 more trading days. If after today is June. And I think Nixie could give you, I think very comfortably, by my projections, it can give you 5x And it could give you 10x. Can GME give you 5x by June or in June? I don't know. That's decision you have to make. But I think Nixie can give you $9 or $10 in June, but it might only give you 6 as a target price. But I think, and I emphasize including GME, by the way, every single stock we're talking about is highly speculative. Anything can happen. We're really swimming in the shite end of the pool. But with that overall caveat, I think Nixie, which has a market cap of roughly 40 million compared to Finger's market cap of $250 million. I'm not picking on Finger. We're going to get to Finger. I'm just saying that possibly Nixie is, is Finger properly priced? Who knows? Is Nixie properly priced? Who knows? If Nixie is properly priced, Finger has a long way to go down, probably, or vice versa. If Finger's properly priced, Nixie has a long way to go up, or they meet somewhere in between. Who knows? But by Nixie's press releases, I'm not making anything up. One can envision a similar revenue stream as Fingers. Yes, Fingers is retroactively. If you look for the last 2 years that we know about, Finger did 35 million in revenue. We don't yet have Fingers information, which we'll get at the end of the week, beginning of next week. But Fingers roughly a 35 million annualized revenue without earnings. We don't have this past year's. We got to wait. So we don't know for sure. But on Nixie, if they double their monthly run rate, they get to around 35 million annualized revenue with profit. And according to projections they've given, they're not stopping there. They're going higher. It's AI. It's a bunch of flowery wording, press releases, but it's telecom. It's very similar in some ways. It's not as exclusive China, the C2. But anyway, I think Nixie, if it gets going, can give you 3 to 5x, and it might give you a nice run higher. Is GME going to do that? I'm not picking on GME. You have a target in mind on GME. Maybe it'll finally squeeze. But I would submit that you could turn $35 into $175 a share by just swapping out and going over to Nixie. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, and it's not financial advice, of course. I don't know your situation, but it's just how one would approach trading. You don't have to do it with the whole position either. It's trying to be active, take control, use the market for yourself rather than being a victim. Because sure as Hillary Clinton is going to complain about the patriarchy or talk about how American families don't have to have children, that's what immigrants are for, or blame everything on Trump. Ray Cohen, what's his name? Ron Cohen? Anyway, the Cohen guy that runs GME will do $1 billion deal. Anyway, the next stock is Railtown LAIF, and I'm going to give you the volume on that one. It's not, I thought it'd be higher. 200,000. It's pretty good for recently. The bid is 32. So last Monday, when Railtown was 22, I didn't have money. So I'm not talking about anything I did, but I said, this is a buying opportunity. Why? Because Canada was on holiday, and you holiday, I holiday. There was a bartender, a great guy at the Turkish restaurant that used to be across my street, where I had a home for 23 years. He was a great guy. He played volleyball for their Olympic team. And I had a friend come in, meeting a friend. Yeah, she was young. And, you know, the men found her beautiful. But it was all associated with my being on the board of an art museum. And I said, well, why don't we meet there? Or she said it. And she had friends too. I mean, it's not. But she was very young. She's married now. She's a terrific person. Absolutely a dear, dear friend. But I think she might have been as young as 19 or 21. I don't remember. It didn't register with me. I was just meeting her there we drank and maybe had a dinner and people gathered around. But Byron, he fell in love with her. He's Turkish. I already said that. His name's Byron, and he meets her, and he's doing all his cornball flirting with her, everything he could think of. And finally, he gets around to asking her name. And she said, my name's Holiday. He goes, no, you Holiday, I Holiday. My name Byron, that's what it means in Turkish. It means holiday. Such a nut. Such a nut. I holiday, you holiday. Anyway, yesterday was an American holiday and Canada was open. And now the confluence of events, Tuesday, all of a sudden, Railtown has some purchase. And it's 32 bid. 32.76 ask keeps moving around. They're doing their, apparently it's all legal in our markets, all for the banksters. But they're doing their spoofing and spinning and dazzling. But it was as high as 33.35. Keep your eye on Railtown. To my eye, something is going on. We've been waiting a long time for the follow-on news about their announced intention to purchase AI partners. And we're waiting on that. And the stock's starting to trade as if something's going on. My opinion on Railtown is maybe not with the first news announcement, maybe not with the second, maybe not with the third. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to put out. But at some point, Railtown is going to be the nice price. It's going to be repriced. They're going to zip it up the valuation curve, probably because of the acquisition, but also because of Railtown's 4 proprietary AI closed system products. I don't know if all 4 are closed, but I know Conductor is. In other words, they spent 5 years developing them, and it's not open access to everyone, and they're valuable. So my own opinion, you can get 10x on Railtown. Will it be next week? Probably not. Could it be before July 4th? It could be. Those are my projections. They're not a promise. Do I have to keep saying it to everybody? I assume everyone here knows that this channel, I guess it's called, is opinion. It's educational. It's ideas. I can't give financial advice. if I get to know you as a friend, or I get to know you one-on-one in other situations where we meet over a drink, maybe that's different. But I don't have a fiduciary responsibility to anyone on this call. So, and I'm not set up that way anymore. Maybe I will be someday. Who knows? But anyway, it's not financial advice. All right, let's get to Finger. Finger is strong as ever. Meghan Markle as ever. It's a British thing, so I probably picked it up over there, but I don't want to sound like a Brit. As ever. So anyway, Finger is 406, 410. The high, 418.5. What are we waiting on? I've been waiting on for months, and I've disappointed people saying you have to wait for it, but it's almost here. I want to see the annual report. I want to see fourth quarter earnings. I want to see management's discussion. I want to see if there's any color regarding the C2 contract, and regarding ongoing earnings, and regarding ongoing growth in revenue, cash flow, and earnings. So I'm excited for that. That could come out tomorrow, according to Yahoo's. I didn't look this morning, but what they used to say, it could come out on the 28th of May. My guess is that the numbers for the earnings they're not going to be scary, but I'm going to predict they don't make a profit in the fourth quarter per share, but I don't think they're going to have huge losses either. But remember, look, I'm not an AI guy per se. I'm not China per se, although I've done business both directly and tangentially with Chinese investors, which, it was out of China. But I don't claim that I know the metrics or anything like that. But the thing that I've learned in the resource space, and I think it must apply, I don't know that for a fact though, but it must apply in the technology space or the AI space, is earnings, or in Finger space, earnings can have losses assigned to the quarter for accounting purposes, for tax loss, tax gain, tax write-off purposes. I'm not an accountant. I did study accounting enough to know that I would never make a good accountant. I can't keep numbers in a column, but I did one of my accounting professors. You'll never guess the nickname he gave me. He gave me the nickname Lucky. But I enjoyed it. It's not that I didn't enjoy it, at least his class. It's just I didn't want to be an accountant. So anyway, with Finger, if earnings come out and they're negative, it's not the end of the world. It could be a write-off. It could be that they had costs of sales, or they had consulting costs, or they had eyeball acquisition costs. You don't know. To me, what's important is revenue, cash flow. Those are my two important numbers. of course, earnings helps. Earnings is what'll make the criminals go away. But I'm admitting I don't know the metrics that Wall Street will assign to finger motion, but I would expect that earnings will come in, I don't know, down a penny, down 3 cents a share, down 5 cents a share, something like that. If they come in positively, like up a similar amount, that's going to be good news. But to me, that's already last year. It doesn't matter. What matters is this year, and what their forward guidance is, if we can glean it from their management's discussion. And I'll, maybe Martin will give me an interview. I don't know. He seems very busy, but we'll take it from there. Anyway, finger at $4, $4.10 actually looks very strong. It hangs in there. The options for June, the $5, I think they were 60 cents, 65 cents last week. They're 45.55. I'm doing that by memory, so if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to enhance the correctness of my advice at all. But what I do want to show you is that time premium comes out of the stock, even though it's essentially at the same price. I think those calls on the bid are down 10 cents or maybe even 15 cents. On the ask, I think they're down 10 cents just because we got through the 3-day weekend. And I bet you could, if you want to buy the $5 calls for June, you could probably get them below the bid, maybe at 50 cents. I don't think I don't know. Let's talk about that a bit. I would be much more inclined to suggest to you, my screen only goes to $5. So if there's a $5.50 or a $6 or even a $6.50, I'd be inclined to sell those calls against my position. All you got to do is wait 4 weeks. And as that time premium comes down, you just book the profit. What's the risk if you sell calls against your position? Well, let's go through the 3 scenarios with finger that I see. One is the one you're waiting for, a short squeeze. Could the short squeeze happen anytime? Could it happen in June? Sure, it could. I personally give the short squeeze scenario, I give it a wide berth. Why? It's been a long time. And the same rationale I give to GME and AMC, I kind of feel like, to be fair, it could be here as well. So I give the short squeeze story wide berth in the short run. And at these prices, because we've been through the ringer here before. So anyway, could it happen? Yes, I give it. We can talk about it if you bring it up, but I give it low probability, unless there's an event, and unless the price starts running out of control to the upside, then all bets are off. What's the second thing that could happen at Finger? I think it will wait until after the earnings, but if they have a plain vanilla blessed big boy financing, or a joint venture agreement, or some other thing out of the blue that I don't know about. To me, it would be magnificent if they did a joint venture with SAIC. It'd be incredible. Or if they did some sort of whale-like investment, or I don't know, Tibet decided to buy half the company. I don't know. That's absurd. But if there's something we don't know about, that'll be great. It'd be awesome. And if there's a financing that's maybe above market and it's away from the giant vampire squid of Roth Capital or Anson funds, that'd be great. So that's number two. If number two happens, I think you could see the stock trade higher and stay higher. And in that scenario, if finger motion traded higher and stayed higher, and the orbit of the highs and lows is around a higher price and it doesn't go back down around the $2 level, 1, 3, 2, you could see covering of the non-delivered shares, and that could get interesting. What are the odds of something coming out of the blue that we don't know of? I don't know. I don't know what odds to give it. You guys talk about rumors. I hear rumors from others, but call me skeptical. I'm skeptical. I'm the show me state. Show it to me. I'm Missouri. The other scenario, the one that unfortunately I'm alone in the corner on, no one agrees with me, which, okay, doesn't mean I'm right, doesn't mean I'm wrong, but the one I think might be going on is that Roth Capital and their clients like Anson funds have turned on the computers to buy the stock up. And, with a market cap of $250 million, if I were on the board, I'm not, and Roth Capital came to us with a reasonable deal, it won't be. It'll have all sorts of methods that Roth Capital and its clients can continue the fractional reserve security scam that is the market. But if I were on the board and Roth Capital came to Martin and said, we can give you, I don't know, $50 million for 20 million shares, that's a sharp discount from here. Maybe I'd go back to them and I'd say, well, we'll take 60 million for 20 million shares. But I tell you what, I would tell the company to take the deal. But this assumes that the C2 contract is exclusive. It covers the entire country, and that they haven't lost out. There's no competition. They haven't lost on any of the bidding rounds. If that's the case, I would tell them to go ahead and do that financing. And I think it would, the stock would go down initially. Your call options would the premium would disappear probably. But for a longer term story, it would be awesome. Can you imagine finger motion with 50 million in the bank, building out the C2 contract, building it up to some number? I don't know. See, I'd like to see the annual report so we know. But I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 vehicles a year. for the next 7 years. I'm making the numbers up because we just don't know, but something substantial. All of a sudden, you have a stock that not only becomes more valuable, it will trade like it's more valuable, and you could get a squeeze. You could get a squeeze. So anyway, that's my thoughts on Finger. And what else did I want to tell you? Yeah, Djokovic won today. I couldn't watch him because I signed up for the service, but they didn't. Nobody likes Djokovic. You know, Yannick Sinner cheated. He used steroids. They gave him 3 months between slams. Djokovic accidentally, he was frustrated. He hit the ball in the stands. He mishit it, and it hit a lineswoman, and she went all dramatic. And so they disqualified him from the U.S. Open. So he lost a shot at a Grand Slam title. And the guy that won the U.S. Open that year, I think he's retired now. I'm forgetting his name. But he never won another one. And he wouldn't have won it that year. Djokovic would have. But it's so unfair. There's a certain unfairness in life. So I'm glad Djokovic hit 100. Wow. Love him or hate him, he gets the attention, but I think he's wrong. I think he's so wrong. So Trump just halted all student visas, and it's because of student protesting that what's going on in Palestine is a genocide. And certain Jewish men, BlackRock, APEC, pay a lot of money to own Congress, own journalists, own the presidency even, except for Trump. But in this case, they own Trump. And the whole idea is that somehow Israel, Jews, are victims because of what happened to them horribly, horribly. The evil, the atrocity that occurred 85 years ago is beyond human comprehension. But that makes them victims. So FDR opened the United States. FDR said we'd take all of the Jewish population in the United States. Then he died. And so the Zionists got Churchill and Truman to invade the Palestinian mandate, the British mandate. And Menachem Begin went with guns, tanks, I don't know how many tanks, jeeps, and slaughtered, killed, destroyed olive groves that took 1,000 years to grow. And they took Palestinian land to create Israel. And the United States ever since has been a willing participant in the genocide and the eradication, the goal of Netanyahu since he was a young man, of an entire people. So I don't know why we're on that side. If Donald Trump wants a peace prize, Nobel Peace Prize, he should announce that the United States stands for a Palestinian state along the lines of the UN-mandated Palestinian state in 1967. And if Israel can't stand it, tough titties, you can come move to Arizona, New Jersey, California, Florida. Come on in. But if you want a state, the only state in the world that is allowed to be based on supremacy and religion and racism, the only state in the world, with the exception of China maybe, but I don't know what their religion is. But anyway, he's throwing higher education into chouse by canceling all student visas. He's amazing. The CDC has stopped recommending the thing that was the science. They've stopped recommending that for healthy children and pregnant women, because that's now good science. That's the thing with science. It's inviolate, so you can't debate it. Not when the leftists are in charge and women are in charge, you cannot debate it. And more importantly, the pharmaceutical companies you can't debate science. But it turns out the science has changed. You know who is actually running the Biden White House? I know Trump and truth are oxymoronic, but the Democratic Party and the Biden White House ran as if, and the journalists ran as if Biden was in charge. And that was truthful. Yeah, you can't doubt that. Democrats are truthful. Journalism is truthful. But the U.S., the most powerful, up until recently anyway, the most powerful country in the world, turns out there were 4 people behind the scenes actually running the country, and Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden. She got a degree in teaching, so she's a doctor. They were running the country, but that was truthful. Now we have Trump and Truth Social. It's oxymoronic. By the way, the pen, the auto pen, that was run, I can't remember their names, but there was a story out that was run by 3 young people, the auto pen. One was a young woman, I think she was around 24 years old. One was a young guy that looked a little bit on the, side. And then the other was another guy. And I don't remember any, but that's who was signing for the president. And he apparently, after he lost, they sent $63 billion out to their friends from the Treasury. But remember, Trump and Truth Social, that's oxymoronic. Trump media adopts crypto treasury in a raise. Wow. We'll have to look how that stock's doing. This is scary. Putin is playing with fire. That's scary. Little scary. Little scary. Not gonna do it. Well, South Africa That's a frightening thing, what's happening there. I wish Trump would take his moral outrage, correct, I think, about what's happening now violently to white South Africans, although I didn't see any outrage for what was happening to black South Africans over all these decades. So, you know, nothing is 100% clear. But I think the United States is correct to offer a place to live to people who are on the verge of being killed and ethnically cleansed and tortured. I think we better step it up as it comes to Palestinians as well. These are human beings. These are not animals, as Israel wants you to believe, as Netanyahu wants. And Netanyahu is the criminal. Most of the Palestinians, they're not criminals. They're just people that happen to be born in hell. Although that hell has a shitload of oil and gas. That's what Israel wants, the oil and gas, because God gave it to them 3,500 years ago. If I weren't a believer, that kind of shit would make me an atheist. But luckily, I'm a believer. Japan is buying U.S. steel. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, I'll get to your questions. Relax, everyone. Okay. Martin Armstrong always gives insight that you didn't think about. All right, listen to this. I'll piss some of you off. I don't know if he's right, but I love reading opposite points of view because, as you know, most of you make mistakes. I noticed that about most of you. Luckily, I don't. Trump family, the Daily Telegraph. Trump family to seek $3 billion for bet on cryptocurrency. Donald Trump's media company is in talks to raise 2.2 billion in pounds to invest, well, $3 billion in dollars to invest in cryptocurrency, a move expected to ignite fresh controversy over the president's use of the office to enrich himself. That's the Daily Telegraph. Used to be conservative. Hillary Clinton raised billions of dollars selling access to the United States government when she was Secretary of State. Joe Biden sold access to himself for billions of dollars for his son and his brother in Ukraine and in China and elsewhere, but they go after Trump. But remember, Trump and Truth Social, it's oxymoronic. The company is majority owned by the president through a trust overseen by his son. So how can that, well, whatever. Meaning Mr. Trump and his family would stand to profit from any successful investments. Well, okay. He's letting his son run it. And it's all out in the open, and it's not Chinese money buying access to the government. You could argue your argument that Israeli money is buying access to the United States government policy, you'd hit home with me. The expected deal is likely to trigger fresh criticism of Mr. Trump's refusal to separate business and political matters. Well, that's not true. That's not true. He separates them. Mr. Trump's fortunes have been increasingly tied to cryptocurrency. It's a lot of opinion. I wish we could have journalism back. All right. We know, this is Martin Armstrong talking now. We know we are approaching a major high in Bitcoin when Trump Media and Technology Group, a publicly traded media company controlled by the US president's family, announced a plan to purchase $2.5 billion worth of Bitcoin on Tuesday. This is a warning. I agree with Martin Armstrong that we are in the throes of a typical bubble which will not end nicely. As a trader with a D, not a T, as a TRADER, not a TRAITR. As a trader, you come to understand that every market, no matter what, acts the same because it is not the instrument. It's not the instrument, be it tulips, stocks, commodities, bonds. It is human nature and the madness of crowds. I read that book once. It wasn't that interesting, but you get the idea. The title says the whole thing you need to know. A crash becomes inevitable when 97% of the people are long and they run out of fresh buyers. Who's next in the pool? Like the Russian collapse, because all the bankers were long and wrong, and the hedge funds, when they tried to sell, discovered that they were the market. Remember long-term capital market, the smartest guys in the room? John Corzine, Goldman Sachs. He got out of Goldman Sachs and he wasn't quite as smart as he was when he was inside of the vampire squid domain. So like the Russian collapse, the ruble and bonds and all that, the bankers were long, and when the hedge funds tried to sell, they discovered that they were the market. When they try to sell in that situation, the broker says, there is no bid, no bid. Bitcoin is a trading vehicle like everything else. It is no exception to the rules of the markets. It's just the next tulip bubble or the dot-com bubble or AI craze. I would not, this is Martin Armstrong, I would not invest in Trump Media and Technology Group. It appears to be a brief rally. But this decision is misguided and emotional. They are risking the company on speculation and are caught up in a typical bubble, assuming the majority is correct. I agree with that. I'm sure Don Sr. has given control to Don Jr., and probably Sr. doesn't even know what the hell crypto is. But I think Don Jr. is making a mistake. But we'll find out. Martin Armstrong continues. Why not convert your cash to won or euros when your expenses and revenues are in dollars? I can't even recall the number of companies that came crawling to me for help after making the same risky foreign exchange trade. Yeah, I had a friend of mine who, very smart guy, went to school with me, and I've lost touch with him, but out of college, he started his own, this is before now, long time ago. There weren't computers, it was different then. But he started a dealership where he would import Mercedes mostly, I think some BMWs. You know, in Germany, BMWs are viewed, or at least they used to be, I don't know what it is now, but they were viewed as the more luxury car than Mercedes. We look at it differently here, or we used to. But anyway, he got caught up. He was making a ton of money. But then he made an FX trade. He didn't hedge it. Anyway, the dollar went up or it went down, I can't remember, and he got wiped out. And he made everybody whole, but he went into real estate after that. So Martin Armstrong continues, the problem remains, the majority is always wrong. Being right is a lonely business. And that is why no market is ever exempt from the inevitable boom and bust cycle. This is also when it only takes a minority to bring down a government or a market. All right, I'll buy his research on that, and I'll share it with you. Am I monopolizing my time? I am? I am? Really? Really? I am? All right, let me just look here. It's always interviews. I can't read interviews to you. Oh, maybe I can. Do they have a transcript? All right, they have a transcript. All right, all right. All right. Now you have to learn something, and then I'll go to questions. This is an interview last month with John Hathaway. Not related to the Mr. Hathaway in the Amy Winehouse song. This is John Hathaway, who used to run I think he ran the Freedom Gold. No, he ran the Tocqueville Gold, I think. Tocqueville Gold Fund. Anyway, now he's with Sprott Asset Management. And this is an interview where he provides thoughts on why gold isn't moving and what will take it higher. So I'll just quickly start with the question. This is April, so we're a month forward. This time last year, the question is, the economy was growing at 3%. In Q1 of this year, it came in at 1.6% growth, and then it was revised downward 1.3%. Turns out those jobs that the Biden administration said we had came on board, never happened at all. But Biden's truthful. And when you match Trump with truth, it's oxymoronic. But anyway, they had to revise Q1 downward. Where do you think we are now at the end of Q2? Do you think we're at zero growth or even negative growth? John Hathaway, not to be confused with Mr. Hathaway in Amy Winehouse's song, I think, Back to Black. I would start with the investment consensus, which is positioned for a soft landing. John Hathaway, I would question that. The evidence is mounting that we will have a downturn that nobody, including the Fed, expects. What could we point to? We could point to the rise in unemployment. In the last two non-prior payrolls, we've seen an increase in unemployment. I think we are now at 4%. We can point to weaker retail sales. In the non-prior payroll survey, I get stuck on the fact that most of the job creation is part-time. It is part-time jobs and government education. They're not economic jobs. Lastly, they are theoretical. It's not like somebody goes out, knocks on the door of a household or a business and asks what the job picture is. They had this birth/death ratio, which is a theoretical formula, that job creation has exceeded and mainly explained the so-called job growth rate over the last 12 months. In other words, he's saying it's all been theory. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's been huge. It's not a very helpful paragraph, is it? But if you look at the household survey, where they go out and knock on doors and ask a family what's going on, it diverges dramatically. I'll mention one name, Lacey Hunt, a highly respected economist and bond bull, that there will be substantial downward revisions, maybe later this summer. Really? You can't trust the Biden numbers? Lacey Hunt told me recently, early next year, that we will move in the direction of the household survey, and that job creation that everyone believes has been taking place just isn't there. But wait a minute, the Biden administration lied? No, they're not liars. They're truthful. They just, they made a mistake. Trump, though, he's untruthful. So John Hathaway continues, maybe I'm focusing too much on jobs, but it's one of the big things. The numbers come from the Bureau of Labor Statistics under the administration, and we're in an election year. So I don't know why this came out this month. I might have to skip this. I'm going to skip that answer. All right. He continues, I think we'll have a recession. If there is a recession, I believe the evidence is starting to mount in favor of a much weaker economy than the consensus expects. One is regional banks are heavily invested in commercial real estate. Commercial real estate is a problem area for many reasons. Most people would understand that more and more people don't want to go to the office every day, and they don't need to. The other domino, I think, will be exposed in a recession is private equity. I agree with this. I think private equity is the massive, other than the population in China, private equity is the massive, unexpected thing that could go bust. Look what they're doing to Southwest Airlines. Look what they've done to my song, Ma. Private equity is believed to be an alternative asset class. Maybe it was. Maybe it was a very good idea. And maybe businesses were better managed under the guise of private equity groups. But now so much money is flowing in. They're buying car washes and golf driving ranges, and the multiples are ridiculous. And a man in my position cannot afford to be made to look ridiculous. This is not my area of expertise. It's just stuff I've read, and it's anecdotal. Still, I think those two things, regional banks and private equity, could be exposed big time if the economy slips into a recession. I think that's pretty good analysis. Is a global financial crisis going to come because of this? Everyone says it's not systemic. When you hear that, you've got to say, well, it is systemic, or at least it could be. Are we headed into another episode like 2007, 2008? Who knows? But I think it's more likely that the economic outlook has a lot of downsides. One of the things that I think is missing for gold mining stocks is the comfort level that mainstream investors have with how they're positioned. In other words, they feel comfortable in the current stock market, or they did when he gave this interview. They're positioned in all things AI. They're positioned in very few stocks like NVIDIA, I guess, and Facebook, Faceplant. And they're positioned in very few stocks, which explains the movement of the S&P. It's a very crowded trade. I think that crowded trades start to unwind. When they do, people will look around and say, where'd my money go? No, they'll say what else is out there. And in my opinion, they'll be able to discover opportunities in precious metals mining stocks. So I think, even though this went out last month, I think this interview might have been given toward the end of the last year, beginning of this year. But I agree with that 100%. I think we have to start looking at opportunities in precious metals mining stocks and oil and gas. What's been going on since January, and I talked about this for the last 2 years, as these Red Sox boys had to stay in NVIDIA to collect their bonuses, as they came around January, they've got to come up with a new asset class, but not do it all on their own some. They want to be with the crowd, not against the crowd. So they've been educating everyone in the crowd, you, but also the thundering herd of wealth advisors, 100,000, 200,000 wealth advisors in the United States that don't even have a clue about gold or gold mining stocks. They don't have enough analysts. They don't have enough ETFs. They don't have enough mutual funds. So they're slowly getting the awareness. And you see it in the headlines now, all over the place, which makes me cautious, because when everybody's talking about it, it's usually bad timing. but it's also in the context of what I think has been going on, and I predicted it. I'm not doing it after the fact, is they need to get people comfortable with gold and silver and then the mining shares. And in that context, the place to be is in the physical gold and silver, and it's also in the big companies, the ones that some you've heard of, others you haven't. That's where the Red Sox boys are going to go first. That's where they're going to go first. And the chicks will come along for the salary and to say they have an important job and they know what they're doing. You'll see Kathy Wood suddenly talking about it as if it were her idea, and she's such a bloody genius, and she'll put glasses on and look smart. Look, I make a lot of statements that you don't really know me. Maybe you do better than I think. But my goal really is to get you thinking about being your own independent, for lack of a better word, central bank, being your own island of financial security in all this crap that's out there and all this confusion, and that somehow you can take your boat. Oh, please, don't you rock my boat. I don't want my boat to be rocking. You can get through the storm, and you can't listen to idiots. Idiots. It's for you. Personnel. Personnel's for assholes. I used to be in personnel, Callahan. Yeah. Captain, do you mind if I ask you a question? No, Callahan, what is it? Do you have any kids? No, I don't have children. Lucky for them. Okay, so everybody is positioned in very few stocks. It's a crowded trade. So when the crowded trade unwinds, they'll look around and say, what else is in there? In John Hathaway's opinion, and in my opinion, a lot of these guys and girls will look at the opportunities in precious metals mining stocks, which we can discuss as we go along. But that's the setup I see in gold mining and precious metals. I agree with him. Okay, so then a big wordy question comes around about private equity. And John Hathaway says there needs to be price discovery on the private deals they made. And you'll get it in and how in an economic downturn. All right, Fed policy era. God, my brain. Am I losing my brain? Error. Fed policy error? Question mark. John Hathaway. I'm summarizing a multi-paragraph question with a word I can't seem to pronounce. John Hathaway. The short answer is yes. They will be forced, the Fed will be forced to become very aggressive in terms of monetary ease and hit the retro rockets from where they are currently standing. The Fed will be as surprised as the rest of the world when they find out they've been restricted for too long. I remember I heard Tom Honig, who was a member of the Federal Open Market Committee for many, many years in Kansas City. He was the one who centered for many years on the zero interest rate policy. I met him a few years ago at a conference, and he said deals and financings done, accomplished, only meat is done, in a zero interest rate environment could not survive a 5% interest rate environment. The longer we are at 5%, which is where we are at, the more damage there will be, because as you hit this wall of refinancings, which is another thing to talk about, the carry that was once very achievable at 0% or 1% or 2% no longer makes sense. The credit problems arising from the Fed overstaying this restricted monetary stance will again contribute to a deeper and more protracted recession than anybody expects. All right, then another 2-paragraph question. All right, gold at an all-time high. It's up on the year, but the mining stocks are not participating. They're still trading at a big discount. What do you think? John Hathaway. I think there are a couple of reasons. One is, I don't think the average investor, you or me, is paying any attention, but I hope we're starting to, because they're very comfortable in their current investment program, NVIDIA and GME, which, as I said earlier, is heavily weighted towards things that approach the definition of a bubble. While there's been some recognition that the gold price is in record territory, the connection between what that means for earnings and cash flow and mining companies is pretty much of an academic exercise. And there's little interest as long as there's a comfort level with current investment positioning, NVIDIA. We have mining companies that are trading at historically cheap discounts to NAV. And I'll point out that Bloomberg just came out and said either half or a third, it might have been a third, of all oil and gas companies, the small ones, are trading at a discount to net asset value. There's been a big disconnect, not so much this year, but over the last 5 years, of the relationship between gold mining and the gold price. There's a huge mean reversion. Do you know what a mean reversion is? That means it snaps back like a mother. The rubber band is coming back at you. It means that Juan Soto, who is hitting like Nassim Newsom, is going to start hitting like Juan Soto again. It's a reversion to the mean. In other words, the mean is the middle of the numbers after you take the high and the low out. That's the mean. They're so far under the mean, they're going to come snapping back just to average. It's not really average because you're taking the high and the low out, but it's coming to the mean. So there's going to be a mean reversion ahead of us, assuming gold prices stay at these levels. I'll leave it to you. They're still staying. I could argue why they could still move higher, gold prices, if and when people lose their comfort and complacency in NVIDIA. I keep adding NVIDIA. It's not. He talks about the current investment position. I think this change in perception lies ahead, and that's why I would say we are on the cusp of a big move in the mining stocks. And I want to get you there first. I want to get you there. I hope Railtown, Finger, maybe GME, Nixie gives you some cash so we can go get in these before they move. Hopefully we can, it's not just about getting in the stocks. Hopefully we can get in some of them as they're about to move in a reasonable time frame. And I have a silver mining stock story we'll talk about after I go through your questions. So even if the gold price stays where it is, which I do not think will be the case, in other words, John Hathaway thinks gold prices will go higher, we are on the cusp of a big move upward in mining stocks. All right. Big, long question. They're actually pretty good questions. I'm being unfair. So one reason gold is trading at highs is central banks. Banks have acquired 25% of all annual production of gold. Do you think that if they weren't buying, would the price of gold be lower? Maybe that's why mining companies are down. They're adjusting for the fact that gold prices are inflated because of central bank buying. And I paraphrased. John Hathaway, I think that's right. I believe the recent central banks are buying. I think it must be the translation that screws this up. I'm going to correct this. I believe the reason central banks are buying is that we are seeing a shift in trade, particularly with the BRIC nations, China, Russia, and Brazil. Many emerging market economies are trading among themselves, not recycling trade surpluses into U.S. treasuries. They are recycling. First, the trade takes place through Saudi Arabia selling its oil to China. China pays in renminbi, the Chinese currency. The Saudis now accept Chinese currency, whereas before the Chinese would have had to acquire US dollars to pay for the oil. That's no longer taking place. How does that work? What that means is that the Saudis are accepting Chinese currency. Ruh-roh. China is starting to sell things to Saudi Arabia that the Saudis paid for with renminbi, RMB, that they've accumulated. I wonder what that is. T-shirts that say MAGA on them. Maybe there's a trade surplus on the Saudi side, which was always the case. They would take that surplus and invest it in the U.S. Treasury market, collecting interest, and then send it that way. What the Dow is doing now is asking the Chinese, what the Dow is doing now? It's not the Dow. I don't know what word that's supposed to be. But what's going on now is the Chinese are settling the surplus in gold. That's the utility of gold for the BRIC countries. It's not happening in the US or Europe, but it's happening in the BRIC part of the world, which is more than a third of the global landmass and probably a third of global GDP. A lot of trade is taking place that way. I think 20% of energy, oil and gas, is now traded away from the United States dollar. This is a change in your life happening in slow motion. But we can protect your financial standing in the world, just by making some adjustments, I think. That's why central banks have been buying gold, to recycle trade surpluses. They settle trade deficits and surpluses with gold, which is a neutral reserve asset as opposed to the US dollar. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Andrew. This has implications down the road, which may not become apparent for a few years. Here in the United States, we issue record amounts of United States treasuries because of our deficits. The pool of capital, which used to find US treasuries useful because they could recycle trade surpluses into US treasuries, that pool is not doing that anymore. The supply of US treasuries is going up, and the demand outside the United States is going down. This tells me that it is potentially a serious issue for the credit markets, the bond markets, and in particular for sovereign bond markets at some point over the next 2 or 3 years. It tells me that Trump is brilliant in going to the Middle East, sitting with the king-to-be, sitting with the emir, and sitting with the sheikh. Maybe he bought us those 2 or 3 years. So getting back to your original question, this is John Hathaway, I don't think central bank buying, which is the big explanation on where gold prices are today, I don't think central bank buying is a bubble. I think it reflects the reorientation of the global trading system, which has sustainable characteristics. It's not the algorithms in New York, London, or Europe buying gold because it's going up and piling into an unsustainable scenario. No, gold is thought to be more useful and preferable to the United States Treasury. And that is what's playing a big part in the world right now. Debt levels, 35 trillion, growing by $1 trillion every 100 days. They're mind-boggling. Debt to GDP, 125%, an all-time high. What do you think? John Hathaway. Some very smart economists would take a different view than what many people say about debt levels. They would say that debt levels are high, but if the economy can grow, we can service the debt. But for that to be correct, we must have a growing economy. That argument falls apart if we have an economic slowdown, making it harder to service the debt. It also means that more debt will be issued because you issued more debt during the recession. These are opposing points of view. John Hathaway would be of the school that says, I can understand the argument that debt levels are okay if we have a strong economy. But if the economy weakens, oh well. And that goes back to why central banks buy gold. So then John Hathaway continues. You have a question on price discovery. So do you think 4.5% treasury are correctly priced? Maybe it should be 6%. And this is something I've brought up with you. If the bond market thinks 6 or 7% is correct, it doesn't matter what the Fed does. And so he says if interest rates go to 6 to 7%, it would mean the Fed is irrelevant. It would mean that no matter what Powell thinks, says, or does, it doesn't matter because we don't have a viable long-term debt market. And everything will need to be financed on the short end of the debt market. They're already doing that. They're already shortening maturities because they laid an egg when they tried to do 7 and 10 years and 30-year auctions. Today, we're increasingly forced into what you would think of as a banana republic, where we're financing everything on the short end. That's the easiest part of the yield curve to control. The gold market would see through that, and gold prices would be affected, I presume, going higher. Okay, there's a lot of uncertainty, Middle East, Ukraine, blah, blah. John Hathaway, I suggest they reposition themselves more in the direction of gold and related mines. I have a chart. You have a chart. I have a chart, which I'm just citing from memory, showing that the exposure of financial advisors in the United States to gold and mining stocks is the lowest it's been in 5 years. Yeah, hell of a thing, financial advisors. They take away everything you have and everything you're going to have. I would say to think about that. In this context, if you were agree with some of what has been discussed, wouldn't you re-weight your position in gold, which is almost nothing? Wouldn't you re-weight from under 1% to 2 or 3% of your assets? I, John Hathaway, think people will do that. If the economy goes the way I think it will, people will be forced to rethink their positions. This is the sequence I see for gold to move higher. If we get, and now he's talking about $3,000 gold. Gold's already above 3,000. What does it mean for mining earnings? That means that many gold mining stocks, which are still depressed relative to their earnings power and relative to where the current gold price is, have significant upside over the next 12 months. I'm not sure that I'll have a lot of people listening to me right now, but that's what they should do. I agree, John. I'm listening. All right, it's almost over with. The longest interview ever. Okay, it's all over with. So you can follow John Hathaway on Sprott Asset Management. Let's go back and look at the prices. And then I'll answer questions. Finger is 408. Nope, it's not. Sorry, it's 402. Down a tiny bit. Rail is 32.25. Nixie is 185. GME is 34.91, and GBUX is 247. I'm going to peek at Railtown for the volume. No change in volume on Railtown. Okay, let's go. Yes, we just got Eastwood. Let's hear a couple of bars of Wild Horses. Wild horses couldn't tear me away. Dum, dum. I know you've suffered. I forget the words right now. I know you've suffered. Your dreams. Oh, that's easy. Childhood living is easy to do. The things you wanted, I bought them for you. Graceless lady, you know who I am. You know I can't let you slide through my hand. Wild horses couldn't drag me away. I watched you suffer a dull and aching pain. Now you decided to show me the same. No sweeping exits or off-stage lines could make me feel bitter or treat you unkind. That's when he was a younger guy. I know I dreamed you a sin and a lie. I have my freedom, but I don't have much time. Faith has been broken. Tears must be cried. Let's do some living after we die. How long did I tell you that the economy was terrible for the last 3 years? Yeah, you're just a dumb trucker. No, you have said it. And I've believed you. I've actually believed you, David. But we're in the throes. What's going on is the financialization of our empire. And the bankers and hedge funds, I think BlackRock is particularly powerful, but State Street, you could name others. But the entire ethos of the United States is directed to trading and finance and crypto and 401ks and it's just the financialization of the market. And when you combine that with the human nature of seeing forward what you've experienced recently, most people believe the economy's fine. Now, there's a gentleman out there who believes that Trump is a liar. I think the Biden administration was a complete falsehood. And if you're looking for an oxymoron between truthfulness and a political president or party, I think look no farther than Joe Biden. But I don't think Obama was much better. I think Bernanke perhaps had more credibility as he was providing helicopter money, because at least he studied the Great Depression and wrote about it and taught about it. But the modern monetary theory, which is represented primarily by Stephanie Kelton, is the ultimate. in the financialization of the United States. It started slightly under Ronald Reagan, but he couldn't get it passed. The man who could get it passed that we all love because he was so great. I feel your pain. Bill Clinton passed the Republican agenda. Bill Clinton passed the banking system's agenda. He got NAFTA. He got the World Trade Organization for China. He broke down the barriers between commercial banking and investment banking. All around, Bill Clinton was just terrific, just absolutely terrific. Well, I feel your pain. And we're paying the price of it. But we had the illusion, David, for 20, 25, 30 years that Bill Clinton, he's amazing. And the momentum continues longer than it should, and that's what's been happening. I think the dollar is still the strongest currency in the world. I think there are difficulties which I can't seem to true up, so to speak, in my head in China. And there's no place in the world that can immediately replace the United States bond markets and capital markets, even though we are cheating, lying sons of bitches. So it continues. But I agree with you, David. I don't see the strength in the U.S. market. If Donald Trump wants to borrow money to make our economy grow, do we need more gender studies graduates out of our universities? Do we need more government employees? Do we need more DoorDash? What we really need is to rebuild our infrastructure, reshore our industries, get out of these endless, insane wars on behalf of Israel. Even the Ukrainian war is on behalf of Israel and the banks. We got to get out of them. Oh, you're an anti-Semite. No, I'm not. I'm tired of this one small group of men, and I'm not talking about the whole religion. There's just one small group of men playing victim and supremacist at the same time. Pick a side. When you're winning, you brag. When you're losing, hey, don't hit on me. I'm a victim. Hey, pick a side. It's not impressive. It's not impressive. But anyway, I agree with you, David, and I've always agreed with you, and I appreciate your insight. Mr. Hathaway was, oh, that was Miss Hathaway, Mrs. Hathaway, yeah. I wish I could type. I wish I could speak Arabic. There's a lot of things I wish I could do. Okay, let's see. So, no, they tried to make me go to rehab, but I said no, no, no. Yes, I've been black, and you know what that means? I've been black. Heroin. But when I come back, you'll know, no. I ain't got the time, and if my daddy thinks I'm fine, he's tried to make me go to rehab, but I won't go. I'd rather be at home with Ray. I ain't got 70 days, because there's nothing you can teach me that I can't learn from Mr. Hathaway. I didn't get a lot in class, but I know it don't come in a shot glass. Anyway, you get the idea. So Mr. Hathaway refers to, and then Ray refers to Ray Charles and Donny Hathaway. So I guess what I mean to say, it's not Donny Hathaway. Are they going to be allowed to continue counterfeiting stocks indefinitely? Well, I could quibble with your definition, and I could try to beat around the bush, but my answer is yes. Yes, they're going to be able to counterfeit stocks as long as this system remains. Yes is my answer. Have I seen that ham is going dark? No, I haven't seen that. I got it. Republicans tell the truth and Democrats lie. Thank God for Republicans. Well, I'm still a Democrat. And I think I'm still a Democrat because I think Republicans do lie. Some of them, a lot of them. I can't think of an honest Democrat since Tulsi left, and I guess RFK is still a Democrat. But other than that, I can't think. Jimmy Carter died. So you're right. I think Democrats mostly lie. You've got AOC, you've got Maxine Waters, you've got Nancy Pelosi, you've got Joe Biden. Barack Obama has some interesting relationships with truth. Schumer, he's on both sides of every issue if it benefits him. You give me a Democrat that tells the truth. I can't think of one. Newsom, Pritzker. I'm sorry, I can't think of one. On the Republican side, I think there are some truthful Republicans. For the most part, Anna Paulina Luna might be, but she loses me a little bit. I don't think Pam Bondi is truthful. I don't think, well, I'll hold my judgment. I'll withhold my judgment in the case of Pam Bondi. I'm not sure where I stand on Rubio because I think he's a war hawk and a bit of a rhino. But he does seem to be doing some things well, so I'll withhold my judgment there. I think this guy, this preacher who's ambassador to Israel, I don't know if he's a liar, but I don't think he understands the facts that are out there. The senator from Texas with the Harvard education and the Canadian banker wife, Cruz, I don't think he's truthful all the time. Trying to think of other Republicans. I can't stand Kristi Noem. I think she's not honest. Some of the senators out of Alaska and Maine, they're not honest, in my opinion. I don't know enough about Bergman. I think Besant is doing a good job, and I think he is truthful. I think Don Jr., Eric, I don't know a lot about his younger children, and his eldest daughter. I think they're truthful. I think his son-in-law is not truthful. I think the governor of Florida seems to be truthful, although he's at loggerheads with Trump sometimes. I think a lot of the chairman right now of the investigation into the thing I can't talk about on YouTube that everyone had to take, Johnson, I think he looks like a very truthful guy. I think, anyway, there's a lot of truthful Republicans, but there's quite a few that are not. But I do think Donald Trump is truthful. You don't probably listen to his speeches and to him. You don't let him finish an entire sentence because you hate him so much. And, you know, if you listen to the one that got him in trouble, he said, you know, when you're rich, I'm paraphrasing, when you're rich, you're a bachelor. He left out that he's tall. He left out that he's blonde. He left out that I don't know if he's good looking. But when the cameras are following you, they let you grab them, by the crude expression. Well, you don't. You get all upset on behalf of all the women out there that he grabs them by the crude part. And you get upset at various things that the media tells you to be upset with. But Donald Trump was friends with minorities and poor people. Yes, he comes from a rough and tumble and even brutal world of New York real estate and money making. And I think Trump is misaligned by listening to Adelson's widow and only hearing the Jewish, I'm not even talking Jewish, I'm talking Zionist point of view from Huckabee and from his son-in-law. The Zionist point of view, which is both Christian and Jewish. It's insane, but he buys into it. But I think Donald Trump is a truthful man. He's a showman. He's a storyteller. He's certainly a braggart, unlike Biden, unlike Obama, unlike Clinton, unlike George Bush. Trump's different than all the other presidential candidates and presidents in that sense. He's the only one that is Barnum and Bailey about himself. He's the only one. I don't know. You've got a blindness toward Trump that doesn't let you see that Donald Trump is trying with the skills he has. He's not you. He's himself to get the United States back where it should be. But if he fails, you'll be happy that he fails. And then we'll have AOC, we'll have Gavin Newsom. And you believe the crap that Donald Trump is a racist. He's not. You believe that he's anti-Semite. He's not. You believe that he's a misogynist. He's not, or at least he's no more so than Biden, who forced himself physically inside of a young legislative aide in the Senate, Tara Reid. A woman comes out and says it, but no one believes her. But that's Joe Biden. Come on. Yeah, I don't know. I take great exception to the blind hatred of Donald Trump caused by listening to the media. And I think you do yourself a disservice to not try to understand what he's trying to do. But I'm not saying, I'm not saying you have to love him. And his narcissism hasn't done him any favors. But if you find an honest Democrat, let me know. Yeah, I do think we should. Oh, I don't know about rescinding Justice Jackson. That's interesting. No, that was a deal he made with Claiborne out of South Carolina. When Bernie Sanders first ran against Hillary, Bernie was winning. And then the Democratic Party, because it's so truthful, I believe all indications are that Bernie was winning California. And then the Democratic Party went in and cheated, and Hillary somehow won. The Democratic Party went into Brooklyn and took all the voting rolls and messed with them. So Hillary won Brooklyn, of all places, which is where Bernie Sanders is from. But the big place that helped Hillary was South Carolina. And so Hillary won with she cheated, but we all know she's honest, but she cheated Bernie Sanders. And by the way, the Democrats were so blind and bought into Hillary Clinton so much that they cheated the man who would have won the Democratic primaries, and Jewish, by the way, Bernie Sanders. But Bernie Sanders would have beaten Donald Trump. There's no question about it. Bernie Sanders' message is very similar to Donald Trump's, but Bernie Sanders at that time would have beaten Donald Trump, hands down. And the Democrats would have been in powder. But they're all angry with Donald Trump. They should be angry with Hillary Clinton. They should be angry with themselves. They should be angry with the people that cheated on the behalf of Hillary Clinton. And they should wonder, should women vote? But then came Biden, and Biden lost to everybody. Biden was losing to Bernie Sanders again. And you had, the Democrats drove Tulsi Gabbard out. They wouldn't tolerate RFK because they're so honest. The Democrats are so honest. But it looked like Joe Biden was going to lose massively in the New Hampshire primary and the next primaries. Right now, as I'm talking to you, I think they tried to move the South Carolina primary ahead of New Hampshire. And I think New Hampshire went ahead and stayed in front of it. But then you're going to have, after the New Hampshire primary, you're going to have a bunch of primaries that would have made Bernie kick Joe Biden's senile ass. But so Joe went down to South Carolina and he made a deal with Claiborne, Representative Claiborne. And the deal was this: I'll give you South Carolina if you give me an African American woman as vice president, and you give me an African American woman on the Supreme Court. I'll give you South Carolina. That was the deal. And Joe screwed up. he didn't pick an African-American woman as vice president. He picked an Indian, not an African-American. I think he screwed up. He didn't keep his promise. But the racism of the Democratic Party looked at a somewhat darker skinned woman and said, well, she's black. She's not black. But she did go to Howard. So Joe won South Carolina. Tulsi Gabbard dropped out, Bernie Sanders dropped out, and we got Joe Biden. And that Democratic Party is honest. Honest. Oh, the integrity of the Democratic Party. I'd never vote for Trump. I mean, God, he's not truthful, but Democrats got to stand by him. So when the first opening came up, and I think they forced that resignation. That's how you got Kenton, the beautiful one, Kenton Nia Jackson, who I think is totally unqualified and a nightmare. But you got that because of Clyburn in South Carolina. And you got Joe Biden because of Clyburn in South Carolina. And you lost to Trump because of I wouldn't say only Clyburn, because Hillary was a terrible candidate. But if Bernie had been the candidate, oh my gosh, you would be celebrating. What's Gorv? I don't want to get into another stock right now that I don't know about. How many foreign students are spies? I don't know. But how many students at Harvard learn how to locate a deposit of oil, or learn how to build a city, or learn how to, I guess some learn how to run a company, I suppose. They're all animals. They're all animals, along with the West looting like they normally do in the East. I don't know who you're talking about. It's probably something to do with Gaza. Hey, William. Richard. Do you think they're holding back approval of Nextbridge's S1 because it may work into the MMT resolution? All right, let's look that up. Don't know the answer. Don't know the answer. And I guess I have to look it up under Nextbridge. If it's still there. It's not there. Huh. Oh, maybe it's 2 words. Okay, maybe it's 2 words. Yeah, it's 2 words. Okay, May 15, notification of inability to timely file their quarterly. Notification of inability to timely file their annual report. I don't see the S1. Let me go to Nextbridge's website. So the only news I see February, and I think we talked about it, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons reveals account closure of Hudspeth subsidiary. Yeah, I don't know which S1 you're talking about. I don't think Ora Grande is dead at all. I don't think it's dead at all, particularly with Wes Christian and other attorneys helping out. I'm not negative on Ora Grande at all. And so I think Nextbridge has a viable future. I don't think there's going to be any meaningful MMTLP resolution. Not at all. I think if there is one, you might get a coupon to stay, 10 nights in Puerto Rico, but not the days to bastardize a Rodney Dangerfield joke. How is day 5 of Zero Dark 30? It's about the same. About the same. Does NIXX have options? Not as many as you do. No, I don't think it does. I don't think it does. If I had 1,500 shares of GBUX, would I move it to Nixie? Oh, boy. As soon as I suggest that you do, GBUX will go to $100. It's a tough question. Let's see how they're trading. So Nixie is trading at $1.85. And of course, I can't tell you the volume. 152,000. And it's been as high as 850 during the day, during regular trading hours, and as low as 135. And the market cap, not that it's a perfect thing to look at, but market cap about 35 million. GBUX, hard to borrow, GBUX. Market cap 250 million. It's been as high as $10. I have to go to Yahoo to get the news. All right, so the dividend date is June 5. So where's my calendar? So June 5 is 2 Thursdays. That's really tough, Benjamin. I think by June 5th, Nixie could be worth, let me just look at a chart. So I pick a number that I can defend instead of making one up. Okay. All right, so Nixie is bouncing around its 20-day and 50-day moving averages, which I think will hold. I think those will hold. It might not. There's no guarantees. But I think it'll hold. And I think Nixie can go to certainly to 260, maybe this week, maybe next week, 260. That's not a huge move. That's not a reason to go into the stock. But then I think it'll, to me, if it starts to move, it'll easily be $4 and it should be $6. So that's a double or a triple in Nixie. Could it happen by the time the dividend in GBUX? Yes, I think you could get 2 or 3 times on your money, on Nixie by the time of the dividend record date comes around on June 5th. Could it do more than that? Possibly. But yes, I think it could. But what's the problem with moving from GBUX to Nixie? The problem is that GBUX, Benjamin, I've already pointed out to you that I think what's going on is the deal that was agreed for this big investment in GBUX for a third of the company for $200 million. Because the criminals have been successful getting the GBUX price strongly downward, I bet there's a new negotiation. What does 200 million buy? And I don't think anybody wants to do it 50-50, but maybe 30% is the wrong number. Maybe it's 40%. I don't know. Is it a big enough deal change that the company will walk away? Which is what the criminals want. The criminals want to bust the deal so the stock plummets to 50 cents. I mean, I wouldn't. The problem is, you're dealing with human beings, so you don't know what any group of humans would do. But if it were me, I wouldn't let it stop the deal. If I had to change the ratio from 30% to 40% of the company, I'm making those numbers up. I'm thinking out loud. I would do it. So I think there's a rational argument that GBUX gets the deal done at, I'm making it up, 40% instead of 30%. And if they get the deal done, those shorts out of Boca Raton are obliterated unless they've moved the shares. And I don't think they've had time to move the shares offshore. I don't think there's been enough time. That's an assumption, but let me put it this way, Benjamin. They changed the record date on the dividend distribution for a reason. And I think that reason is to get the deal done. If the deal's done, GBUX could go back to $10, which is 4 or 5 times your money. And if those shorts are really trapped, it could be it's over for them. And you could have that stock really jump. Is it risky? Hell yeah, it's risky. Might it not happen? Sure, it may never happen. But I think it's tough to give up on GBUX if you already have it. I would not be comfortable telling you to move from GBUX to Nixie. I think Nixie in the next 2 to 3 weeks can go to $20. Low odds on 20. I think it can go to $8, $10, $12. Pretty darn good odds on that. And I think Nixie could go to $4 or $6. I think that's almost a fait accompli. But that's all in the context of a highly speculative situation, of course. GBUX is flat on its butt. Nobody wants it. You've got some big whales. You've got a small float, a big short. You've got this. It's all been announced. You've got this big trade, this big injection of capital. And the only thing that is, as far as I can tell, that's delaying it is the criminals came in and destroyed the stock price. So the CEO and the investor have to negotiate. My opinion, both of them. Well, the company has more of an incentive to negotiate than the investor. But I think the investor, if the plan of action is as strong as is implied, the investor has a pretty good deal too. But I'm sure they're negotiating like hell. What does that mean? It might fall through. It might fall through, and GBUX goes back to 50 cents or 75 cents. So it's a tough call, Benjamin. I think your risk in GBUX, I can't get a chart, that's the problem. But your risk in GBUX is back to 20 cents, even 50 cents, if the shorts are successful in busting the deal. If they get the deal accomplished and they're able to really put it to these underfunded, caught out shorts out of Boca Raton, I mean, you could see GBUX be the next coming of, I don't know, I don't think an 8 HKD, but maybe maybe it does go to $30, $40, $50. Maybe it goes over 100. So risk reward, there's probably much more reward potential in GBUX. There's a lot of risk, though, in return for that. And it's highly speculative. They didn't get the deal done before. So I would say that puts a strike against getting the deal done now. On the other hand, they extended the time. So that gives a check mark for getting the deal done. I don't know. You just have to, it's a tough call. I mean, one thing you could do is sell enough of your GBUX to buy 1,500 shares of Nixie. So that should leave you, I don't know, 700 shares of, let's just figure it out instead of guessing. I mean, I might consider doing that because something's telling your gut to do something. And sometimes you have to listen to your gut. Particularly if you're hungry. Then everybody around you has to listen to your gut. All right, let's just see. You have 1,500 shares of GBUX. I don't know your cost basis. And you could sell it for $245. Pretty shitty price. You might be able to get 250. But I would tend, if you're going to do something, I would just go get it done, and I'd put it in on the bid. So, and then to buy Nixie, unfortunately, it's up today. Nixie is 182, 185. So to buy 1,500 Nixie would cost you $2,800. So you would have to sell about 1,350 GBUX. So you would keep about 350 GBUX. That might be one thing I would do, Benjamin. I might sell 1,350. Well, that can't be right. That can't be the right number. I did something wrong. You need $2,800 divided by $1.85. So it's 1,500. What? What am I doing wrong? I'm hungry, so I'm not thinking well. 1,500 of Nixie to buy is, yeah, 2,800. Your entire position of GBUX is worth your position of GBUX is worth 3,700. So to buy 1,500 would cost you 28. So 2,800 divided by 185. That just doesn't make any sense. Let me use a different, I think my calculator is screwing me up. $2,800 divided by 1.85. That's what I'm doing wrong. Sorry, Benjamin, I'm so tired. I'm so hungry. So 2,800 divided by 2.45. Yeah, so you'd have to sell 1,150 shares of GBUX. So you'd keep 350 shares of GBUX. So what I think you could do is sell 1,150 of your GBUX, buy 1,500 of Nixie, That'll leave 350 GBUX so that if it really explodes to the upside, you're at least participating. Then you have your foot in two boats. And if Nixie starts to run, let's say you buy it at $1.85, let's say it goes to $4 or $5, sell $5, or it goes to $8. I mean, whatever it runs to in its first run, sell 500 of Nixie and go back and buy GBUX, and then maybe you'll have an even position in both. That might be something I would do. I'm sorry it took so long to figure out. Maybe I should take a break and get something to nosh on. No, I'll keep going for a little while. Thank you, Darren. It's exciting to see. Let's see where it is right now. Nixie 185, Railtown. Yeah, Railtown looks, it hasn't really traded much since I've been on. But yeah, Railtown is exciting. Do I think GBUX will be moving up with the divvy coming? Yeah, I think it could. But I think maybe you're asking the question the wrong way around. I think before they let the dividend come, I think they'll get that deal accomplished. I'm not, right now, I'm not in GBUX because I don't have a lot of money. And so I don't know how I don't know what percentage I have. All I can tell you is my positions are not big, but I have Nixie and I have Railtown. They're in my IRA, which I hope, if they work, I hope to use my IRA to start building a position, particularly in mining shares. And maybe that'll be something that we can do together, and I can show you what I'm doing. But it's not a big account. It's kind of embarrassing. I'd like it to get it bigger before I it's very embarrassing. But anyway, I took the risk, and I've showed it to you. I've been open on it. I've given you my cards of what I thought over a 2-week period, 3-week period. And I decided that I was a little concerned about GBUX because it was taking too long. So I emphasized, I think Nixie first, then Railtown, and then Finger, then I was flat on GBUX. And Finger, I was kind of come see, come saw, because it's already moved now. It's already moved. And then I had the others that we follow, which I don't have the money to focus on. But I don't think they're gone. I think they could work. So anyway, now that I was wrong, because frankly I was wrong, neither nor none moved. Railtown now is up a little bit, but it went down first. Nixie is up a little bit, but it went down first. GBUX is actually down, so maybe you could say I was right 2 or 3 weeks ago to say NIXX on that, NIXX on that. But now, the question is always, what do you think now? And I think GBUX none of the other stocks moved. So ideally, one of the stocks would be up so much, we could sell and then put some money in GBUX, put some money in the other stock that didn't move. But nothing happened. So we're just kind of sitting status quo ante at the, we're just there. So yet again, we have to look at it and say what's going to kind of predict. So let me try to do that again. I'll try to predict again, probably just as successfully as I was last time. I think in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, GBUX, I think they could get the deal done. And then GBUX could explode to the upside. It would probably open double, triple from here. But I think the point is it's backwards from what you're saying. I don't think the divvy has anything to do with it. I think the getting the $200 million in for an agreed amount and hopefully finalizing it before the next announcement and before the dividend, I think that's what could make GBUX go up. So I would now, rather than say I would avoid GBUX, I would probably give it a for the next 2 Thursdays, I would give GBUX a 50-50 chance of working. And it could be really exciting. But the risk reward, I think, is you could have 50 cents or you could have $50. It's a high risk reward. But I think right now is a good time to take that chance on GBUX because the guys, whoever's doing it, moved the date. They moved the date for a reason. And I think that reason is let's try to get this deal done. So I think the fact that there's a deadline of the dividend is a good sign on GBUX. Nixie, I don't think there's any risk to the downside. Look, I'm being conceptual. There's always risk. In all these stocks, it's entirely risk. But comparatively, I think it's very limited risk to the downside. And in that same 2 Thursdays, I think Nixie could be $8, give or take $2. And it could do more. So that's a nice risk reward. Limited risk in the context of highly speculative stocks. So all these stocks can blow up. But comparatively, it's a nice move. But what's the upside on Nixie? I think Nixie, if it broke out, could go to $20 or $30 or $40. Likely? I don't think that's very likely. I think it's more likely just to, get up in the 6 to 10 range. GBUX, if GBUX got to 10, I think it would, any reason that would get GBUX to 10, I think it's going to break out and it could go to 50 or higher. So GBUX is a highly speculative short squeeze play. And anyway, and then Finger, I think by 2 Thursdays could be, it's a little bit of a push. It all depends on what we learn from the annual report this weekend. But I think it goes both ways. I think Finger could be 275 or it could be 525. Yeah, it's kind of that. And it could swing if it really caught fire. Depending on the news, it could be something big. On the other hand, you guys might find out the news isn't that good and some of you sell and others sell and shorts join in, it could, it could be 275 or something like that. Will finger just hang in where it is? I think it needs some pretty darn good news to stay where it is. And it needs good news and certainty to explode upward. And failing any of that, you could see finger drift down. I don't know how much. Look, if finger doesn't raise any money and it doesn't have a joint venture, you're looking at a stock that's going to will go downward. If it does raise money, it'll depend on how it raises money. So you have the potential that fingers flat to up on a raise, or if they do it through Roth Capital, no question in my mind, they'll haircut the price by a third, maybe a little bit less. But depending on the amount they raise, I think it's good news. It particularly if it implies that the C2 contract is there. So I would say in 2 Thursdays, finger could either be flat, up a buck, down a buck. And I would give the odds of it being, I would go more with the down $1 than any of the other choices over the next 2 weeks. That's a small window. Railtown, I left that out. What could Railtown do in 2 weeks? I think it could be worth $1, $1.20. What's the risk? I think you saw the risk, 22 cents. But I don't think you're going to see 22 cents again in Railtown. Anyway, those are my calls for 2 weeks. Elon got screwed by the SEC. I don't know if he did. That we're upset, you and I'm with you. We're upset at the injustice of all this. But it's legal. Part of it's legal, not all of it. Part of it's legal. Bill Clinton, the honest man, and the Democratic Party, the honest party, decided in mid-90s to change. And, those of you who hate Republicans would probably be correct that Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush tried to get it through. You'd probably be right. I don't think it's I think the banks put on constant pressure. So, but it happened to be that Bill Clinton, the most effective Republican out there, got it through. And whether you're Elon Musk or Martin Shen or I don't know, pick another guy, Jeremy Frommer, they being Wall Street can use your investors' securities in a pool. They can pool those securities in the depository trust, and they can use those pooled securities as security against bets that the bank makes. And those bets are called derivatives. Again, under Bill Clinton, he decided that there should be no regulation, no oversight of derivatives. because the banking system could regulate itself. So when those bets are made, particularly in the stocks under $5, a group of men noticed that they can sell stocks, and as long as they keep their nerve and keep selling, they can drive the stock downward. But it's all under the auspices of the change in the UCC Article 8. Pool the money. So then you combine that with Goldman Sachs' invention of the F3 button in the government bond markets. Well, now they're doing it in the securities markets, and they all do it. It's like the Monty Python skit when they're looking for people to join the Secret Service. Good evening, good afternoon. I'm here to join the Secret Service. Can you keep a secret? Yes. Good, you're in then. That's about as much as the market makers ask, and they just sell it, and they lend it out. And then going back to that skit, he keeps reading down the resume, and he goes, now, this middle name, Iskovich, you're not Russian, are you? Yes. And then they shoot him. Well, after the trades, after it, they might look into it a little bit, but by then they're moving the shares, they're doing the whole thing you've heard about. So this happens to Tesla. The only advantage is there's a lot of buyers of Tesla. But when Tesla gives up the ghost, and I think it will at some time, that thing will come down so quickly you won't believe it because of the counterfeiting of shares. It's legal because of Bill Clinton. And derivatives are not regulated because of Bill Clinton. Because of either George W. Bush or Obama, but probably equal measure of both, Reg Show passed. And because of Reg Show, low price securities are exempt under the market maker exemption from locate rules. They're exempt in practice, not from Reg Show, but in practice, they're exempt from delivery rules. So yes, Elon, you might argue, got screwed by the SEC, but the SEC is there to look out for Goldman Sachs, the Kramers, and the Eastons. And that's just the fact, Jack. Nixie is up to 185 almost. Railtown is at 32 cents. GBUX is down 13 cents. And Finger is down 12 cents. GME is up almost $2. Is Trump afraid to fix counterfeit shorting? I don't think he's afraid of anything. I don't think, my guess is Trump had 4 long years to think of what he was going to accomplish by executive order. And I don't think what we call counterfeit shares, counterfeit shorting, I don't think it was on that list. So I think I don't know how to get it on his list now. He's got a lot on his plate. The Zionists want him to attack Iran. The Zionists want him to back up the Israeli land grab of Syria, Lebanon, Gaza Strip, possibly parts of Jordan and parts of Egypt. The Zionists want Trump to find a place to live for 2 million people. Swell is all I have to say to that. I think Trump has a very clear-eyed vision that if he can do business in the Middle East, there will be recycling of the petrodollar into the United States, and bravo, he's done well with that. I think Trump is on a mission to get businesses coming back to the United States on the big level. I don't think he's focusing on startups or venture capital. I think he's going for the big Nippon Nippon Steel buying US Steel, for example. He's working on that. Bravo. The BlackRock and the Ukrainian Jews who are in Israel and who are in the banking system want Trump to go to war with Russia. They hate it because of what the czarist Cossacks and other military did was horrible. What they did in the pogroms and etc. to Ukrainian Jews, Russian Jews, Lithuanian Jews, Polish Jews, terrible. But Russians hated the Jews. And they did terrible things to Anthony Blinken's parents and grandparents, to Victoria Nuland's parents and grandparents, and others. I don't know if Steve Fink has Ukrainian heritage. I don't know. But there's a hatred that means these Jews line up with the Nazi who pretends he's not Jewish, who's running the country of Ukraine. It's weird. They're lining up with the Ukrainian power structure who basically are Nazis who also were against the Jews. It's a very confusing mixture. So we've decided, I guess, because we know what's right from miles away, that we should go to war against a country we should be doing business with. It's an incredible situation. But that Trump has to work his way through that. I don't know how he gets away with it. His biggest allies are Zionists. His biggest allies, his biggest contributors are Jewish donors, Edelman's wife, $100 million, and look who was by his side when he traveled in the Middle East. BlackRock. So I'm sorry. No, Trump's not afraid. It's just not on his agenda. It is not on his agenda. And my view is that if it were on his agenda, he should not try to fix counterfeit shorting. He should just make sure the over-the-counter markets, I think he should go take the NASDAQ as well back for the over-the-counter, and he should nationalize the over-the-counter markets, make them not for profit, make them overseen by a cabinet position government official, make them career jobs, and enforce security laws so that they can have price discovery. They can be a place where people are comfortable doing investment banking and venture capital, and that price discovery can happen there. They should get rid of the uptick rule, get rid of the market maker exemption, define who invests in everything. Everything's above board. No short selling. Well, maybe they're short selling once. If you lend out your shares once, but after that, no hypothecation, and it should be all above board. And then he could have, in the United States, the single best, brightest, biggest engine of capital formation in the world. And every company that's now losing its patents, losing its ass, and then the technology goes to China or to Mexico or to BlackRock, could stay here in the United States. The problem is the over-the-counter market would then be a viable competitor to BlackRock, to Goldman Sachs, and they don't want that. And do you think Donald Trump's going to go against his biggest supporters? Only you can tell me that. But I don't think he's afraid of anything. And I don't think he should fix all of counterfeit shorting. Go ahead and let the big boys and girls, it's all boys, fight for their own, on their own up in the Tesla land. But down in this land where there is no native buying, change it. Shorts are killing DJT. Guys, we're here to make money. We're not here to be on some sort of crusade against the shorts. Yes, the shorts make money every single day. Why? Because when they come in the morning, they're just looking at, with jaundiced eye, how can we make money today? And over 20 years, with the help of a handful of men, they bought Congress, they bought the presidency, they bought journalism, and they bought the brokerage firms. They subdivided the brokerage firms. They own the lawyers. So if you want to keep pounding your fist up at the SEC, go ahead. You're not going to make any money. And I think Silver Minecart, we're running out of time to get mad at the SEC. We've got to start looking out, how are we going to make money? How are we going to make money? Because it's all going to come crashing down. It's not sustainable. Things go on longer than you expect, but it's not sustainable. I would say once the Federal Reserve and all the central banks that are aligned with the Federal Reserve one more time get their balance sheet to 100 trillion, and once the government debt that we talk about gets to maybe 150 trillion in the United States, that's probably the maximum of how far it can go before it all collapses. The world, some people say we have 400 quadrillion of debt. I just read something to you that I believe that the derivatives are out there at 1,500 trillion. They'll push that. They'll push that to 3,000 trillion, maybe 5,000 trillion. And then it'll bust. They'll come to you to pay for it, and we'll be waving our fist at the SEC. It's a bad strategy. It's a bad strategy. We've tried it. I think we have to cut our losses and focus on making money. Ham went dark. Hey, once you go dark, you never go back. Once you go dark, you never go black. I don't know how it works. Where's the hamster? Let me see. I don't think he's called me, but I spoke to him briefly. No, he hasn't called me, but I spoke to him briefly this morning. And he was out. It might surprise you. He was out playing racquetball somewhere. Somewhere. And he said he'd call me back, but he didn't call me back. So I assume.
I can't update nicknames here. You can do that in the Contacts app on your iPhone.
Who was asking? I wasn't asking you that. Yes, I did talk to him, but I don't have anything meaningful to share. I'm not hanging for a big squeeze. Can it go to 40? Okay, I got to find the rest of your question. Hey, Ramiro. Cohen publicly stated he would not dilute again. Well, that's interesting. So we got to believe him? So what's he going to do with his cash that's going to make it worth, well, what is it worth right now? $34 a share. He's going to buy Bitcoin? Maybe that's what he's going to do. Buy Bitcoin. That's interesting, Robert. We'll find out. That's it. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. GME chart looks excellent. Well, that's a challenge to me to look at it. But I'm sure you're a better chartist than I am. I am certain of that. Well, it has broken above resistance. I'll agree with you there. It's hard to read. Yeah, well, on the longer term, I bet it stops right here and pulls back. Does that mean it can't continue upward? Probably not, but there's some pretty good signs that, let me put it this way. You can count it once at 35, twice at 35. This would be the third time at 35. It pulls back. And then the fourth time it breaks through could be strong. Or it breaks through now. I would go with, I think it'll pull back first. And then if it goes through the fourth time, could it go to 50? Yeah, it could go to 50. Could it go to 70? Yeah, it could. Yeah, good. Is this finally the breakthrough that you've been waiting for, that it becomes the mother of all squeezes? I don't know. Yeah, it could be. You know, middle ground, and this is why I'm a bad chartist, but if I were drawing, I see a declining wedge that's lasted 1, 2, 3, almost 4 years, 3.5 years. And it broke out and it's pulled back, trying to come back to that wedge, and it hasn't made it. it didn't go explosively higher. So I guess you have to see if there's another wedge here. I guess there might be. But anyway, what I do with these long wedges, I try to add up all the horizontal boxes and then try to count them up vertically, which is just a stupid method that probably doesn't mean anything. But there's an outside chance, not a big chance, but an outside chance that if that reading is correct, the stock could go very high. So maybe all my negativity is going to be proven wrong. But having said that, I think the stock's worth $5. This tells time in Geneva, Stadt, New York, London, Geneva, and Stadt. Well, here in Philadelphia, it's worth $50. I think here in Philadelphia, GME's worth $5. What happened to DJT? Well, I think you heard me read to you that they're going to buy Bitcoin. So far, what that's done is made the stock trade between the 50-day moving average and the 20-day moving average in a wide band. It's a similar story. This $26, $27 range is the third attempt to break out above the 200-day moving average. And I'd have to say the same thing. I think DJT, if right now it's pulling back, but if it breaks above 27.50 with some volume, obviously 30's next. But I think it could go to 40. And if I had to pick where it's going, I think that's what's going to happen. Everybody loves Bitcoin. Everybody loves Bitcoin. And I don't see DJT going down. I think it tried once, pulled back, took a while, tried again, pulled back. And right now it's trying again. And now they've hit it hard to pull it back. But if they can, from here, and maybe not today, but if they can break it through 27.50, I think DJT is going to go to 40. We'll talk about it then. It's highly volatile, and that's probably a risky call I'm making. And time doesn't do any favors. It's extended horizontally. Anyway, I don't think they're going to be successful shorting it right now, but that's just my guess. Did you see what happened with DJT? Yeah, it's let me just see where it's trading now. Yeah, so it's still down. The volume is pretty high, 41 million. Well, the volume would mean I'm wrong, but I'll stick by what I first saw. And Billy, I would also say the headline, which I read before, they're going to raise $3 billion to buy cryptocurrencies. I bet $3 billion was just raised. As soon as, as soon as you, here's the, well, let me see. Anyway, this is Benzinga's headline. DJT stock has given up its prior gain. Trump Group shares were trading higher amid reports the company will raise $3 billion to buy crypto. All right, so what do the computers read? 1, Benzinga. 2, trading higher. 3, will raise $3 billion. So that's why they're selling. I mean, it's nothing to panic about. Oh my God, you see what happened? It's none of that. You just have to decide, is there a trade there for me? I don't know. I think there probably is a trade. And I'll predict they already raised the $3 billion. It's already raised. Tomorrow, Friday, you'll see Trump media raise $3 billion through, I don't know, some bloody firm. And it'll be done at the market. I think 40 million shares. The high today was 27, the low's 22.70. We're still on the low. So what do? You price the deal at 22.50 or 22, and it's 3 million shares. You've raised the money. I think that deal's they've already raised the 3 billion, and that's why it's off. And the discount is there for the shorts, the investment bank, and all the people that get paid. And I think that deal's raised. And then I think you'll see the stock go higher. Not that it should. I feel just as negative about putting the money in Bitcoin for DJT as I do for Cohen doing it with GME. The difference is DJT does have it is I think a truthful place to talk, and it's got a model similar to Twitter, although Twitter now is going into money movement, which is where the real money is. Obviously, the President of the United States uses Truth Social. Of course, it's oxymoronic, but anyway, he uses it. So I don't think it's the story's over with DJT at all. And if Elon Musk, if you guys are all of the belief that Donald Trump's in office to enrich himself in his 80th year on the planet, I don't agree with you, but if you are, one obvious thing would be for Elon Musk to buy DJT, put it in his X, and then get the contract to build a mining company on the moon to go get the mineral. I'm trying to remember the name of the mineral that would come down here and essentially build out thorium reactors that aren't radioactive. You could really get going. All right, let me see. I'm not going to say hi to everybody. All right, let me go back down to the bottom. I'm in finger. I'm hoping we aren't right. I control 104,000 shares of finger. I'm hoping for a squeeze. Well, one thing you could do with finger, of course you won't, and I don't blame you. I could be wrong. But if I had 100,000 shares of finger, of course, it's taking forever right now. Yeah, it's already too late. I pointed them out this morning, but it's already too late. Now the 450s are trading at 45 cents. But I would go out there for, I don't know, 100 calls, sell 100 calls of the 5s at 50 cents. Can't do it now. At the premium. So would I do the 450s at 50 cents? Maybe. For 100 of them? That means if the stock goes up, I'd lose 10,000 shares. If not, I'd keep 5 grand. That's what I would do. GBUX does have a shot. GBUX does have a shot. Lithium. GME was a wake-up call to prevent future squeezers. Squeezers. Is there such a thing as a squeezer? I know Mama had a squeeze box, but was there a squeezer for Mama's squeeze box? See, I happen to agree with Matt. I don't think, Matt, they have it 100% sealed up, which is why they sometimes come on here to piss me off, which I do get pissed off, so it's on me, but LLY? Is that Eli Lilly? I don't know what LLY is. Yeah, Eli Lilly. All the symbols have changed. You think that's the best place to invest? Because it's healthcare and because biotech is what's booming? You think that's the best place to invest? The yearly high is almost $1,000 and it's trading near its yearly low. You might be right on that. It's large cap, so that's a great place to invest. Earnings are $12 a share. It's trading at 60 times earnings. That's conservative. That's probably the best place to invest. By far, that's the best place to invest. If anytime you can invest at 60 times earnings, you've got to be in the right place. And it is paying you almost 1% in yield. I mean, that you gotta own Eli Lilly. Man, what a call. You gotta own that. You gotta own that. I mean, it could go, it's at 70 times earnings, 60 times earnings. Oh man, that's exciting. So when you guys get your profits, follow Come Out 7 and put it in Eli Lilly. Anti-squeeze or just realistic? I don't know if I'm realistic or anti-squeeze. I don't know. Why am I so different from him? He believes in the huge squeeze, but I'm anti-squeeze. I'm not anti-squeeze. I invested in Finger. I used to own a lot of shares in Finger. Do I think it can squeeze? Yeah, it can squeeze. Why did so many people I worked with used to snort cocaine and stay out till 4 in the morning and cheat on their wives? And I don't know, I didn't do it. Of course, I wasn't married. I don't know, why am I different? Specifically with Finger, I thought Finger was squeezing when it went to $9. And then the criminals hired Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo. Oh my God, there you go again. You're blaming a dead man. Oh, I can't take it. So the criminals hired Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo, and a CEO from a shitty company called COSM. Those three men parroted a lie. A lie. Hey, I'm talking to the CEO, so that's good for you. That was lie number one. Lie number two, we're going to change the name, so it's going to force a squeeze. Lie number three, there's a 2,000% short position. Lie number four, they're going to change the CUSIP number, so it's going to squeeze. Lie number five, the CEO's not going to do a deal with the shorts. Lie number six, he's not going to dilute. So everyone sold Finger, which was, in my opinion, in the middle of a squeeze. I can't believe you're blaming a dead man. I'm not blaming a dead man. If the criminals didn't get Lou to do it, they would have found someone else to do it. And I don't know if they'll find somebody to do something this time, but they'll find some trick somewhere, some lawyer, some lawsuit, some group to short it, some research report, some toad somewhere. At least it's a possibility. I don't think GME's going to squeeze. I don't think AMC's going to squeeze. Why? I think they've had time to get it under control. I don't know how they get it under control, but I think they have. Finger, you have to agree there's a lot of time. And when the squeeze was happening, in my judgment, I saw them short 100 million shares in 10 days. They just bought, bribed, paid for, fooled three guys. And then the rest of us were fooled. I'm not blaming a dead man. But if you want to focus on that and get pissed off and not listen anymore, well, then you're going to keep losing money. If you want to recognize, and I'm not saying I know how to make money, but if you want to recognize what happens here, you have to start defining it as it happens. And if Finger gets much higher in price, the criminals are going to do something. I don't know what it's going to be. Is it going to work? Maybe not. Because the reason they're doing it is they're trapped. But maybe it will work. I don't know. So anyway, that's one of my cautions. I think Finger Motion is, as on a fundamental price basis, it's fully priced. It is fully priced. So I don't think it has much higher to go from a story standpoint. Thirdly, is it squeezing? I can't tell. It could be. It could be. I admit that. It could be. But it's going up in such a steady fashion that I think they're just getting ready to do a financing. And then finally, I think we're running out of time to keep searching for a squeeze play. I hope Finger squeezes come out 7. I hope the bloody thing goes to 100 or 1,000. But we'll see. And I hope you get rich. I really sincerely mean that. I hope you become so rich you won't, if I walked in to your reception desk, she would or he would tell me, "You're not welcome, get the hell out of here." I hope that happens. Finger earnings tomorrow? Yeah, it could be, but I think it'll be Friday because they shouldn't put out disappointing numbers middle of the week. But yeah, it could be tomorrow. Could be tomorrow. Hang on, Sloopy. Sloopy, hang on. Hang on. I did see that he died, but I didn't think it was today. I thought it was the other day. No, it's today. So what did I see? That he was ill? I might have seen that he wasn't doing well. That's what I might have seen. That he wasn't doing so well. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on, Sloopy, hang on. Yeah, I hope it doesn't mean there's 2 more deaths to go. Yeah, I must have read something about his health because I did know that he wasn't doing well. Hey, Donna. Pickleball, CERN. Did I pick up? No, not yet. I would like to buy some Northwest Bio. I'd like to buy some Finger. There's other things I'd like to buy too. Anyway, if Railtown or if Nixie works out, but right now I've kind of, gotten my ticket and I have to wait for the laundry. Yeah, it's 6/5, David. So I think that's that Thursday, not next Thursday, the following Thursday. Yeah. So it gives plenty of time for GBUX to work. I agree with that, Silver. They always go after the CEO. This is what they're trained to do. There were CEOs that played tricks, and there still are. It's human nature. But I would argue that most CEOs that still remain, they're not doing that. But, it's an aspect. But it's a lot like Hillary Clinton, who was a Republican, was a white girl working for a conservative white male at the time of the civil rights battle. She was a Barry Goldwater girl, while Bernie Sanders was getting arrested fighting for civil rights. But Hillary has a lot of people, the media, maybe Lou, maybe a lot of women, believing that Donald Trump is the second coming of Bull Connor and that governor from Alabama, George Wallace. I think the Democratic Party makes a mistake thinking that Republicans are their father or their grandfather's racists. I'm not saying racism entirely disappears, but even in the African American or in the so-called Black community, there's racism against, I don't know, people that come in from Nigeria. It's weird how humans are with each other, but it's different now. But to turn the full weight of the media and the propaganda against Trump based on a racism that existed in the 60s, and I'd say even in the 70s, I think it's changed. It doesn't recognize the change. For the SEC to focus on just the CEOs as the markets used to be before Bill Clinton, I think the markets have vastly changed. And that's a misallocation. That's just a misreading of the SEC's mission if they're trying to do good. And it's a misallocation of resources. Or they're doing exactly what Goldman Sachs wants them to do. I don't know. Anybody else buying IPOs on Webull? Rainbow looks interesting. I think, Ryan, if you're doing IPOs, I have no idea about Rainbow, and you have access to them, they're not going to work. You're the only IPOs that work are the ones you don't have access to. But having said that, if you want to play IPOs, set aside some money and maybe I wouldn't devote all of that money to the first IPO, because what you want to establish is that when you buy the IPO, you're willing to hold it for a little while. So if you buy that first IPO, have enough money to get the second IPO. But then when they go up, take it and go back to cash. And you might miss some stocks that go way up. But remember, you're playing the IPOs for the initial move. Do it like a hedge fund. Don't play it for the 5-year move if you want to play high IPOs. But I don't think anything that you have access is going to go. The burn would not have beaten the Big Don. I don't. Well, it's unprovable. It's unprovable. All right, bye, Jim. I hope. Oh, I didn't see all your questions, and you're gone. None of us know what anyone is really thinking. That's true. That's true. That's true. I didn't know about Al Sharpton, but I knew about Jesse Jackson. And it's just incredible. Ham is in a safe house? I don't know about that. I don't know where he is. Joe Lieberman. I liked Joe Momentum, but when he didn't back up Al Gore, I'm proving I'm a Democrat. When he didn't back up Al Gore in the Florida vote count, he cost the Democrats that election. I think Al Gore won Florida, and it changed the course of history. So I stopped appreciating Joe Momentum. All right. I do think GBUX has a shot. Let me go to the bottom and up. Can we get a little information? I need my ham fix. I don't know if he's going to call in. I talked to him Saturday morning, and I already told you that I think he was just beginning his meetings, and at least one of his meetings, the guys that he met with were very appreciative of their trading profits on Finger and the call options, and so that was a positive feedback. But since then, we've traded phone calls, but I haven't been able to get through to him. And this morning I spoke with him, and he was frustrated that he couldn't reach me. And I said, well, I've called you back every single time. And he said, I know. Well, anyway, and then in the background, someone was saying, are you going to play? He said, yeah, I'm playing. So he said, let me call you back. I'm just playing pickleball. I don't know where he was playing or with whom. And he said he's going to call me back. He hasn't. So I haven't learned anything from him. And, you know, if he calls in, he calls in. I don't think I'm going to go more than 4 o'clock, although I do want to talk about one stock. Where is Ham? I don't know. I think I just gave the best answer I can about that. I don't really go on Twitter regularly, if at all, because it just works me up, and so I don't. But apparently Ham put on there some information about what he's doing and where he is. I don't want to say what it is because I didn't read it. I don't know what it is, but you can probably find out there. It's possible, but I'm not trying to start anything. It is possible that Ham was given information that he was told not to talk about. And one thing that happens, I notice in dealing with companies, in dealing with friends, if they're told material information and they're told not to tell anyone, all of a sudden they stop talking to me. It's not personal. It's just, that's one way to make sure they don't say it. And if anyone ever checks, they can prove they didn't talk to me. So that might be going on. I don't think so, but it could be. It's one possibility. On the regulation side, maybe he's told to not talk. I don't know. But I would say we don't have to wait much longer, because if Finger Motion has some joint venture or some large investor I don't know about, when can they talk about it? My guess is after they release their annual report, which could be tomorrow, it could be Monday, or it could be Thursday, Friday, or Tuesday. I'd say in the next 5 days, Finger Motion will release the event that I've been saying for months is the most important. And I still think it is. Once that's released, I think then the company has released all material information that investors need to rely upon, while the company maybe is seeking financing or seeking a JV or makes an announcement about a contract. All of those things I just said are speculative. I have no idea and no way of knowing. But is it possible that Ham heard something he can't say? Possible. Sure. Is it possible Donald Trump called him up and said, I want you to play golf with me and Guillermo Villas, although he's dead, play golf with me and Roger Federer? Yeah, it's possible. Anything's possible. No, Tim, it's not that I don't expect good earnings. I don't think, let me say it differently. I don't think the earnings are going to be judged as good, for me anyway, just me. Whether or not they earn 3 cents a share or lose 3 cents a share. To me, it doesn't matter. We know that their 2025, that's last year, not this year, that's last year, that their 2025, they're going to lose money. They lost money in the first quarter, they lost money in the second quarter, they lost money in the third quarter. Martin was hopeful that they're going to make money in the fourth quarter, and they very well might. it depends, and I'm not an accountant, but the biggest change in finger motions circumstance is they have this C2 contract. They raised $5 million in December to fulfill 2 orders in the C2 contract. They booked that contract when? It seems to me that they have to go buy the vehicles, the drones, get the personnel, fund and buy the units, fabricate the units to put them on the drones, put them on the SUVs, put them on the trucks, put them on whatever. And then they deliver them. And then they wait to get paid. Now, whilst they're doing that, they continue to do the top-up business and the text messaging business. And as far as we know, they don't have an insurance business or a selling access to their cloud business or some other business happening in the fourth quarter. As far as we know, that could be a surprise. But as far as we know, that didn't happen. Like I say, it could be a surprise. So if you assume that their SMS and their top-up business isn't any more profitable than it ever has been, that any monies they make, and they do make money on it, is going to go to overhead, is going to go to expenses, is going to go to costs. Well, you're going to expect their fourth quarter, they're going to break even, lose a little money, make a little money. It's what they've done for the last 8 quarters. Why is it going to be different? But where the difference comes in is this C2 contract. When do they book the earnings for that? I guess it depends on which kind of accounting system they have. And I'm just an idiot enough to know the names. I don't know. There's cash accounting, there's accrual accounting, there's tomfoolery accounting. I don't know. My opinion is they will book the profits when they collect the money. But could they book them now? Yeah, they could. I just don't know what accounting system would allow them to book their profits now. It's possible. So what I think is going to happen in the fourth quarter, yes, there's things that could make it profitable. And yes, Martin Shen expected that they were finally going to turn profitable. So that's all possible for the fourth quarter. But do I expect it since they raised money and they had a cost of capital raise? I mean, they raised $5 million. I bet they spent $350,000 at least on that capital raise, if not more. Where does that come out of? Where do you offset that? I think you offset against your earnings. Look, I think fourth quarter is going to be negative. So I don't expect that they're going to make money in the fourth quarter, but I don't think it's going to matter. Whatever they do, if they make 5 cents a share, the shorts are going to sell against it. If they lose 5 cents a share, the shorts are going to sell against it. That's not going to matter. What's going to make the earnings good, Tim, for me, is I pull it out and I read the management discussion, or I go into the breakdown of the earnings and I look to see how it's going to be more loss. But I look to see if I can determine it. How many vehicles did they fund? And maybe I can see what the first two vehicles they did back in October. Maybe that's now, that cycle is finished in the annual report, and I can see what profit they made. It may not show up in earnings, but it should show up in revenue and cash flow. And if I can extrapolate that on two and assume that they've tightened up the process a bit, and then I can apply that to what, 20? And I can then use that to look out 3 or 4 months, and then maybe there's a raise coming and they're going to do 50. That starts to get exciting in terms of calculating what their future revenues are, what their future cash flow is, what their future, yes, earnings are per share. It can be very good. So I view this coming this coming news release for earnings for the fourth quarter and for the annual report as being very exciting potentially in information. It's going to take some work and some back of the envelope calculations, and hopefully it leads to a analyst report so I don't have to do the work, because my work is probably pretty crappy compared to what an analyst can do. But no, I don't think it's going to be not good. I just think the per share earnings are irrelevant for last year. I think what's important is what we can say about this 2026 year's earnings. And I tell you what, that annual report is going to give us a lot. More importantly, it's going to allow the company to move on from the limbo it's in terms of not being able to talk about anything, because they'll have that report finished, they'll have the audit done, and maybe there'll be some other things they can also announce. I don't know. So no, I don't think it's going to be poor. Kristen Shaughnessy just opened the pan. Thursday after hours, awesome. Let the Lou crap go. She gets under your skin. Yeah, but yes, okay. But what I want to point out is that if I make observations about what's happening, it's not personal against Lou. It's not personal against an entire religion. It's just what's happening with I don't know, 50 men out of New York, Florida, and Toronto, and Germany. Are they all Jewish? No. I mean, there's the I don't know. Is Ken Griffin Jewish? Doesn't sound like he is. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but it could, Matt. The advantage of the possibility of a squeeze and finger is that it's one stock, it's one large position, and at most it's 4 trapped funds. The disadvantage is it's so much time has gone by. They've had plenty of time to bury the trades in Germany or in Panama. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't know anything about CLLV. Okay, well, I'll CLOV, clove. All right. All right. As somebody I used to know would say. All right, all right, all right. All right, so I've got 40 minutes to kill. I don't know if any of you purchased, where is Ham? Is he going to be back soon? I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's going to be back soon, but I spoke with him, and he was playing pickleball, so I could hear the other team yelling, so he was caught up in that. So I don't really have an answer to either question. He seems to be communicating with Kristen and with Ace, and he's tried to reach me. He was frustrated that he couldn't, and then I would call him back, and I couldn't get him. It's just one of those. It happens sometimes, but so I don't really know the answer. I really just don't know. I'd tell you if I did. Well, so we're getting a little bit of movement. We've got, I'd say about 50,000 shares CC Rider have traded since I went on. And the stock is 32, it's 34-cent bid. Woo! 34-cent bid, 34-cent ask. Wow. Maybe that's what you were telling me. Is that what you were telling me, Cece? My service is so slow. I didn't see that. Yeah, you're right. So it basically closed at 32 cents. And now it's 34 cents, but that's the bid. Wow. Wow. Railtown looks strong. Railtown looks stronger than a some bitch. Well, now it's 33 cents. So they must be watching the channel because I'm so important. I'm so impotent. $30. Oh, I'm addicted to watching it. I'm addicted to watching it. I'm addicted to love. Might as well. Yeah, they're starting to turn. And maybe it's time to let those ride. And this can happen in any of the stocks. No, I haven't yet. I mean, just to be boring, I'm reduced to essentially my IRA account. It's very small. But I'm grateful for it. I'm not complaining. I'm grateful to have it. And years ago, I used to take the Investors Daily when I was at my desk, on a desk, whatever you call it. And that was William O'Neill. And I just got this. I want to read it. But I learned he would teach you. It's a great newspaper. It only comes out, I think, once a week now. But it's a great newspaper to teach you charting. And back then I used to read at least 5 newspapers a day. Now they're all crap. But anyway, William O'Neill, you didn't have YouTube back then, but you could dial in and listen to certain talks, and then there was things to read. I believe it was a conference call that I taped, but I might be wrong. But anyway, William O'Neill taught that diversification is something, or let me say it differently. This is what I remember that William O'Neill taught. I might have the wrong guy, but the concept was that diversification is what you do when you're trying to preserve wealth or not take a lot of risk as you're trying to grow your account. But if you really want to make a difference in your account size and in your investments, you've got to concentrate your positions by definition. And so that was, I believe it's what I learned from William O'Neill. And anyway, I like Northwest Bio. I like finger motion. I like Tilo. I like physical silver. I like a bunch of the mining stocks. I like trying to think of other stocks that we're in. Oh, I wouldn't mind having a small position in all those stocks that might squeeze. But I don't have enough money to achieve my goals. If I spread everything out and Northwest Bio, if I had a bunch of everything and Northwest Bio went up, I'd make very little money. So now, I guess what you're suggesting is Northwest Bio is about to move. I don't know that. It's been down there for a long time. Yes, it's far along in its approval, but I don't know if its approval's coming this week or in September. I don't know. It could be tomorrow. So what am I doing? I'm running the risk that I miss Northwest Bio. I run that risk. No question about it. I ran the risk of missing Finger, even though I called Finger from approximately $1. I called Finger, but I didn't do it because I wanted to be in Railtown, and I have a small position, smaller even than I had, because then I wanted to be also in Nixie. And so I don't have enough of either that's going, and it's in my IRA. So it's not going to change my life. It's just not going to change my life. But what it might do, if I'm right on Nixie, or I'm right on Railtown, or heaven forfend, I'm correct on both, I might then have a little pool of money that I can start saying, you know what? I want to buy 12. Here's the question. 12 mining companies, and I want to share it with you. And I've been thinking that I shouldn't do just 12 mining companies. I should focus on 12, if they exist, silver companies. But that means I have some work to do. But am I going to do all that work so I can own 50 shares of each? Hell no. I don't want to do that work. But if I could own, I don't know, 1,000 of each at a minimum, yeah, I'd do that work. So, Rick, as many times as you ask me, it's not going to change that my enthusiasm. I am enthusiastic about Northwest Bio, but I don't think Northwest Bio is going to do anything until the approval comes, and even then, they might short it. To me, Northwest Bio is Eli Lilly Johnson & Johnson, GlaxoSmithKline, they see that there's approval for a brain cancer drug, and they look at the size of the market and they go, oh boy, we've got to own that drug. And then they come in, they meet, and they say, I'm going to make it up, we're going to pay $20 billion for that drug. And they said, well, we already have another offer. All right, we're willing to pay $50 billion in stock and cash. Then you're going to make a huge return on Northwest Bio. That's how I see it. But I don't think if I put my money in Northwest Bio that I'm doing a smart thing now. I'm not saying you shouldn't leave it there, and you have a bigger account than mine. I just feel like in terms of combination of dead money, risk reward, timing, I think Railtown and Nixie have more urgency that they could trade now. I could be wrong. Northwest Bio, the approval could happen on Thursday. Johnson & Johnson could buy them Sunday night, and I missed out. But you know what? For me, I wouldn't have missed out on much because I can't buy very much stock. I cannot buy very much stock. So to me, it just doesn't. What I'd like to do, I'd like Railtown to work at 10x, and then I'll have a tough decision. Because depending on whatever the news is, does it do another 10x over the next 18 months? I don't know. That'll be a tough decision. But I'd like to have some capital in my IRA so that I can trade I don't have anything to show you. But these are the kind of things I'm reading now. Look at that one. I'm dead serious, guys. You can't be doing this shit much longer. GME, AMC. It's not going to be there. I do think we're going to have this huge blow up in the market. I don't know where my list of targets is. I've told you them before. I don't have it here to read it to you, but you know my targets. Very high. Dow goes to 65,000, for example. And if it goes to 55, I'll feel like I'm right. But anyway, the markets are going to go way up. And so all of the stocks you're following could make you a hell of a lot of money. But I think you have to be aware that after that happens, could it happen next month? Yes. Could it happen in September? Yes. Could it be November? Yes. My guess is it happens by September, and October could be the crash. But I don't know. It could happen by January, and March is the crash. But when there is going to come a crash in the stock market, and I think the market, measured in gold terms, the market will definitely be down 95%. The indices. But I think even in nominal terms, the market could be down 85, 90, 95%. As it crashes. It's going to be, you're never going to have seen anything like it in your life. And the next day, you're going to be scared shitless. Your whole world's going to be changed. And trading bloody GME will go from 35 to $2 and rally back to $5. And wither on the vine as Cohen regrets not buying a yacht and not taking his kids on vacation, and he gets distracted. Investment banks will go out of business. Pools of money will go out of business. It's not going to be fun. But you know what's going to happen? I think first mining shares, but I also think oil and gas. I also think other resources that you know about, I don't know about. I'm not as negative on AI as a lot of the old guys are. I do think there's something there, but I'm not sure exactly what. I'm not as negative on crypto, but I'm not exactly sure what. So we got to be aware of that. And even though I just kind of was sarcastic about Eli Lilly, there's supposedly 8 billion people on the planet. There's probably more like 7.5 billion, because I think there's 500 million people missing in China, but I don't know that for sure. Healthcare is huge. Healthcare is huge. So healthcare, defense in the United States, defense is going to be a massive expenditure. So there's going to be things to make money on. It's going to be like my boss used to tell me as he smoked a cigarette. He loved the market. And he loved mentoring people and helping people. He said the market, when you go into a recession or a depression and the market is in a correction, we're in a bear market. He said, you no longer invest in the stock market, you invest in stocks. You no longer have a stock market, you have a market of stocks. And so there'll still be money to be made, but it's going to be different. I want to build a mining, oil and gas, silver, company. That's what I want to do. She has him by the nuts in the lawsuit. All right. Let me just, I've got to read a lot to read there. Let me just go through the stock prices. Railtown now, CC is, well, not now, but it was almost 35 cents. Woo! Woo! And Lily's up 10 cents, just to prove I'm wrong. Nixie's up 17 cents to 193. DJT is still down, but not down as much. Finger is holding in at just under $4. And I don't have anything else up here. I can look at Northwest Bio just to get it on our record. NWBO, Northwest Bio, 26 cents. I think Rick is onto something there. I don't know. I'm trying to do, I'm trying to be, I guess, an investor, but I'm also trying to trade to make ultimately how many shares I can buy bigger, I guess. I don't know. Kristen Shaughnessy, Ham is okay. Watching, not talking, to be respectful for those he is reporting to. Anna reposted it. All right, you're the man, PS71. So I'm going to read that again for people driving, flying, working, sleeping, picking up dog poop. Kristen Shaughnessy just posted, Ham is okay, watching, not talking, to be respectful for those he is reporting to. Anna reposted it too. Thank you, PS71. Clove makes sense. I'll try to do a look in on Clove. Don't gift me anything. Don't worry. I'm not complaining. I'm just splaining. And I guess you're not supposed to complain or explain. I don't know. Don't worry about me. I want you guys to make money, Steve. I hope you make a ton of money. That'd be great. It'd be great. Oh, all right. Okay. I didn't see that. I did see it, but I forgot. I haven't gotten that money yet, Rick. I haven't gotten that money yet. I'll probably, I mean, it might be in that account, but I probably won't be there until next week. So, okay, Rick, I'll write that down. I'll remember that. I'll try to buy, what, 1,000 shares? Fair enough. And thank you. I'll get a little slot there for it. Thank you very much. I wanted to hear from him this week. I was hoping. Yeah, don't give up on hearing from him. How long can he be quiet? What is that, SOC? New SOC. SOC, darn it. So slow sometimes. Possible new SOC. SOC. I can't think of what SOC means. I'm dumb sometimes. It may be a week or a year. Yeah, all right. I'll get started. I'll get started. Linda won't sell. She has them by the balls in the Wall Street. They are creating. Okay. You're forgetting that we have not received the dividend yet. Yeah, Dustin, that's true. That's true. I'm not trying to be negative on GBUX. In fact, I'm scared to tell you to closing price on Railtown 33.5, and it doesn't trade in the aftermarket, so that's it. I don't think it does anyway. But GBUX, yeah, I'm not. If I had money, I'd buy some GBUX. I think it's a high risk, high reward gamble, but everything's sitting there. So no, I don't think you should get out of GBUX. Dozen of biotechs using, wow, Rick. All right, I'll get in it. And you know what? I'm glad you're pointing it out, because even if I owned 1,000 shares, I would pay attention, right? So that's your trick. That's smart. You're very smart. That's very smart. Flask works. Flask works. All right, I'll write that down. Who's Linda? Flask works. Hey. You're talking about Ricky Cunningham? Oil into mining with a big bonus, new shares coming. Yeah. Kristen, your ex-post rock. Yeah, Kristen's the best. Or is it Kirsten? I'm venting, and that's healthy. Can you tell? Is there a mist rising above my head? Standard of care. I would never have guessed that. Standard of care. Standard of care. So it's like treatment. I would have used the word treatment, but standard of care. Treatment, you put a T up, it wouldn't be very exciting. SOC. Then you've got an SOM, standard of nomenclature. All right, finger is down 0.0199. Are you out of your mind? Lily is down in the extra hours, the extended hours. Not long. NIXX up 17 cents for the day. Let's look. Let's look at Nixie. I must be in the front row. Wow. It's still down from when I think I first told it to you, and it's still down from like, I don't know, a month ago. But that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Low volume, but it's a start, huh? A security operations center. Hey, Gina. Security, a centralized unit that produces continuous monitoring, threat detection. Ah, that's an SOC. I think an SOC is a SoCal. All right, finger. Logic closed flat. I shouldn't, Joe. That's my devastation, is logic. Oh, well. Now, it's 4:04. I want to tell you all, let's just see if Railtown's not trading. Let's see if there's any news. No real upsets. No upsets at Roland Garros. Well, Cameron Norrie beat Medvedev, but I don't think that's an upset. I feel badly. I like Medvedev. Finesca made it. Oh, wow. That's a little bit of an upset. I would have expected, but Fonseca beat Herbie Hurkacz. But he's up and rising. This guy Fonseca is good. There's a bunch of names I don't recognize. FAA lost. That's a little bit of an upset. Draper was losing, but he came back to win, which you'd expect. Rublev won. Novak Djokovic won. Some other match. 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 Zverev won. Bublik won. Oh. Dimitrov lost. And he might have been hurt. That's too bad. Jared lost. That's a surprise, but Demon Hour's good. He's good. Gomez won, yeah. Oh, wow. Lojovic lost. So the Serbians are out, except for Novak Djokovic. I don't see any news. Don't really see any other news. So we'll move on. There's one stock I want to start to talk to you about, but I've talked to you about it before. Yeah, there's not really any noise, any. Wayne Root says the real person running the Biden presidency was Barack Obama. That's a little bit conspiratorial. All right, how can I find this? Maybe I'll do this tomorrow because I don't know how I can find it. It no longer briefly, it's not trading here. It's upgrading to the New York Stock Exchange, but it doesn't trade under the symbol that it used to. But anyway, it's a company I talked to you about before, and I called the CEO, and he just didn't listen to me. But it's a great company. I started out with 300,000 shares, and they got it down to they did a 1-for-10 split because he wouldn't listen to me. He did the financing with these short sellers. So then I got it. It's down to 30,000 shares, and now they're doing a 1-for-4 reverse split again. And so I'm going to have 8,500 shares. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. But we can talk about it tomorrow. I'll get more information. It's just, I think it's a great company, but my 300,000 shares are now 8,500. Unbelievable. I'm up 16% in the last month. Well, we got to learn to book profit. Don't sell now in those stocks. Don't sell now. But we have to learn to also convert it. What I want people to start thinking about is we got to convert it to cash, but we also have to take a little bit off and buy physical silver and physical gold. We may not have that much more time to do that, but I hope we do. I hope we do. 33% in silver. That's awesome. Don't get worried if your silver and metals don't go up right away, or if they do go up. It gives you this idea that maybe I take the profit, go back to dollars. Slowly, not forever, but slowly, and for the next cycle of investing, which could be 18 months to 12 years. I don't know. But this next cycle, after this next last hurrah for the market, this next cycle, we have to stop thinking of our wealth and our assets in dollar terms, I think. And we have to start thinking, what do we own that provides real wealth to ourselves? And, for each of us different. Our love life, our family, our friends, our animals, our homestead, whatever, our other businesses. But in the financial markets, there's going to be a period of time, I don't know when it's going to start and how long it lasts, but the corpus of your wealth, the corpus of your financial power, your financial security, your financial well-being is going to be gold and silver and a few other things. And as we get through the transition, and none of us know exactly what's on the other side, and we don't know how long the transition will be, there will come a time to convert that gold and silver, and hopefully before anybody else, into things you want, things you like. I mean, it might be, in my case, it might be trying to buy income producing real estate in cities I know, or it might be expanding a portfolio of cash flowing long-term conventional oil wells, or it might be developing a bottling company, or developing a Christmas tree. I like that Christmas tree farm, or a apple orchard, or maybe just a place for puppy dogs to come and grow old. I don't know, but there'll come a time. Do you know why Ham went dark? I mean, I can be cute, but I don't know why. I don't know why. Do I know why Ham went? No, I don't know why. Good day for RLAIF and NIXX. We got a couple of hits, no home run yet. Buonasera and grazie. Yeah, Giuseppe, I guess you went, but it would have been nice if, perfect world, Nixie were up first, and then we could go by Railtown. But you know what? I'm glad things are moving, and maybe everything will move all at the same time. Maybe Finger will move, maybe GBUX, maybe everything goes at the same time. I certainly don't wish any disappointment on anybody, but if Rail goes and Nixie goes, that'd be fantastic. And then we can start to see what our next moves are. Still holding precious metals. Well, I really think this time around with precious metals, you can have some of it that you're trading for dollars, and maybe, if the Dow went to 60,000 and then collapsed, I think silver could go to 100 and come back down to, I don't know, 45 or 50. And you might want to make a trade out of that. But afterwards, silver is going to become unattainable at some number. I don't know what that is, but I would guess silver will be unobtainable anything under $250 an ounce. You won't find it. And gold, I don't know if it's quite that dramatically higher because gold's already moved up. But anyway, it's all right. We'll have the mining shares and other things to play. But once it gets to that level where it's unobtainable, I'm not sure you should sell it. I really think your precious metals position will take you. What's a good example? It's like, if your great grandparents came over from Italy, like mine did, and I don't know what they did. I don't know what happened. My mother always said that we came from doctors, and it was Caruso, and I don't know. But if you just imagine that it's people huddling in steerage, and they staple some, they pin some coins in their belt, and they maybe get across with one gold bracelet, or they come aboard with some, I don't know, something. That's their lifeline when they land. Now, it wasn't that pleasant for everybody, so it's a bad example. But anyway, I just think precious metals are going to have more value in the new financial system initially as precious metals rather than as dollar bills. We're not there yet. We're a long way from there, but there'll come a time that that's true. I think silver jewelry is a good buy, but I don't know. I learned a little bit when I was in London about how you can look at things. I don't know enough about it. Yes, I think the short answer is yes, particularly if you know about jewelry. But the key is how much silver is in there. And I don't know enough to not be fooled. You don't want to overpay for your silver. So if you're buying silver that's all in a fancy thing with a blue, cowboy diamond on it, you're overpaying. You don't want to overpay right now. I think gold jewelry that's plain might be better because you can put it on your neck or around your wrist. And if you have to fly out of Seattle because there's George Floyd protest or something, and it turns into something out of control, well, maybe you don't have time to pack everything up or get to the bank, but you can close your doors, put the cat into a carry-on, bring a little bit of clothes, bring your computer, and you can put your gold on and fly down to Bogota or somewhere that you have relatives. And when you land, if the banks are all shut, you can at least take that plain gold necklace or one of them off, go down to a coin shop or maybe online, but anyway, you can raise some pesos or whatever they use in Bogota. Yeah, the monster box is great. Don't open it. Don't open it. I hope if you have an urge to open it, just order a few coins in a sleeve or all by themselves, pay that money. Then you'll have those coins to look at and play with because, we all want to do that. But don't open your monster box. Don't open it. Why? All you do is make it more difficult for yourself. When it's sealed, you know that the 500 coins are there. So if you unseal it, you don't know if your daughter went in and took 10 or gave them to her boyfriend. So sealed is good. You know that you have your 500. But more importantly, if there's a spike in silver, and I'll go to the extreme I expect. No, I don't hear anybody else saying it. But I think there'll come a day when silver trades at parity with gold. 1-for-1. Will it trade that way for a long time? Probably not. Will it trade that way for one day? I don't think so. I think it'll be a week or two, a month. But it'll be in the news and it'll get so exciting. I think at that moment when it's 1-for-1 for gold, if it happens, you're going to want to take your silver, call in to wherever you bought it, say, you know what? I want to get a price on my silver, and I'd like to simultaneously get a price on gold. I just want to swap my silver for gold. And she might say to you, well, we've only got 10 monster boxes of gold left, but there is demand for silver. Hang on the phone. All right, we'll give it to you. We'll give you a monster box of gold and 15 gold coins in return for your silver box. But you have to get it to us tomorrow. All right, I'll do it. While we're emailing you the paperwork, you sign that. You're gonna have a stamp on there. You put it on, take it down to UPS, put it on there, get it overnighted to us, and we will get that deal done. Well, if you overnight it and it's open, that deal's off. That deal is off. So don't open the box. Don't open the box. Please don't open the box. I would say government loses total control when gold goes to no, so 3,000. I think we'll see. I mean, obviously you can be right, and all the other headlines can be right. But I think too many people are saying it, and I think it underestimates the strength of the U.S. military, the U.S. financial system. But remember, it's not just the U.S. system. It's the banks who currently use the U.S. system. They're not through with us yet, not by far. So I'm more inclined to believe, I don't know what he's saying now, but he used to say, Jim Willie out of Costa Rica, he used to say that the dollar would go up and out. And I'm more inclined to think that. I think in a time of global financial crisis, the dollar's going up. And then I think there'll be a gathering. I don't think it'll be at Mar-a-Lago unless Trump's still in office. But at the same time, I don't think it'll be in Europe. I'm not sure it'll be in China. It might be in a place like maybe in the UAE, maybe in Abu Dhabi, or maybe in Singapore. maybe just to get it on an island away from the whole world, it could be in Auckland or something like that. But anyway, I think there'll be a new Bretton Woods, and at that Bretton Woods, the decision is going to be, do we go with the framework that already exists, the IMF, the special drawing rights, a basket of currencies? Do we go with this BRICS idea, or do we come up with something new? And if we're at war with each other, it's not going to happen. You're going to have to see the war out, and there's going to have to be a victor and a vanquished. That's not a good way to go. I don't think it'll be special drawing rights, because I don't think, despite all the valiant efforts of Donald Trump, I think the next president will be AOC or Gavin Newsom. We've got to go down that path of all the people that hate Trump and hate Republicans. They listen to CNN and they read the New York Times. We are bound and determined to go down that route. So in that sense, I don't think anyone in the world is going to trust the United States. It's a shame. It's a shame, but we can't get out of our way. We hate Trump so much. We just hate Trump. It's just a shame. And there's so many old guys like me that still believe in the Democratic Party, of Kennedy, of Carter, as if it's still truthful. And we believe Hillary because she married Bill Clinton. I don't know what we're just going to have to go. There's just a whole group of people that have to be shown that it's disastrous, because until it happens, until it cracks up, they're going to hate on Trump. And they're going to make fun of anybody that speaks with a Southern accent. That's just how it's going to go. So I don't think the new system is going to be the IMF or anything based in the United States. I don't think it's going to be China either, because most of the world doesn't trust China. However, China's more honest with their exchanges than we are. And I think China's going to have a lot of economic power with all the loans they've put out to develop countries economically. But I still don't think it'll be China. Will it be India? It could be, but I don't think the rest of the world is going to trust that rather boisterous, crowded country. The Middle East, I don't know. They're too vulnerable militarily. I don't think it'll be Europe at all. I just don't think. I mean, unless there's a country like Poland or it's the only one I can think of that can stand out, but I don't think it'll work. It could be Russia. It could be Russia. But I think we're not there yet. I don't think we're there yet. But Russia has the military, has the energy, has the education. It is secure. I don't think it has enough English, but it might. It's been a while since I've been there. It could be Russia. Turkey, maybe. It's the government would have to change, but it maybe. Somewhere in Africa, Egypt, I don't see Egypt doing it. Nigeria, I don't see Nigeria doing it. South Africa, I would have given a chance, but I don't even see South Africa staying in the BRICS. It won't be Canada or Australia. Mexico, they'd have to get rid of the cartel problem, but there's a shot with Mexico, I guess, but it's too close to the United States and too overrun with corruption. What does that leave? Argentina? No. Brazil? No. There's not much out there. Singapore is an interesting. Singapore could be the place of the new financial system. Maybe Singapore. Anyway, I think the new financial system will involve, first, everybody's going to be in dollars. So I think the dollar will go up. This is why I like Jim Willey's idea. But then as people sit down at the new Bretton Woods, it's going to be based on gold, probably, and then based on economic might and maybe military might. And maybe there's a basis for the rule. How does the law work? But you know, we're so corrupted right now, but we're still the best out there. So that leans me back toward the United States. Maybe the United States will be the place in the new world order. New world order, that sounds like Bush. I can't figure it out. But in that environment, the dollar, the international dollar, will go up, and then it will become a part of whatever's new. So anyway. Yeah, there'll come a time to sell it, but not, you're right. It'll be in a different environment. Yeah, maybe I need to shave. Yeah, I don't know. Wow, good for you. I used to have monster boxes, but I had to sell them to work out. Anyway, they're just partners and crap. The new short finger numbers 3 million. See, that could, Brandon, that could, in combination, if the stock price starts going up for whatever reason, and it's putting pressure on that short, that could drive the price higher. You can have a short squeeze. I'm not saying it won't happen, but and in fact, those numbers are quite powerful. They're quite powerful. Well, there was a time when I could have purchased a monster box of gold, but it's all right. It's all right. Silver will become the new gold, and then gold will become the new black. That's incredible, Frankie. It's incredible. The way Finger is trading and hearing that, it does get my juices flowing that it will have a squeeze. It's unbelievable. Well, yeah, any of that science fiction could happen. But you don't need AI to do it. You just need that son of a bitch in Tel Aviv to start it. Or that son of a bitch in Kiev to start it. Or that woman in Brussels, or that man in London, or, oh God, it's all out of control. It could be Finland. It could be Finland. I would go, this guy I've been reading, he's got a list of countries that he would do business in. His name's Jeff Clark, that he would do business in for mining. That might be a good place to start for the new financial system. He would do it with Canada, as long as you don't do anything in New Brunswick. He'd do it in Nevada, Alaska, Idaho, Arizona, Utah, Wyoming, and maybe Colorado, Montana, Minnesota, New Mexico, but definitely not California or Washington State. And he'd go in mining stocks in Australia, except for New South Wales and Victoria. Well, no, those are maybes. Those are maybes. So kind of maybe. Europe, you're right. He would do Finland, Ireland, Sweden, and Portugal. Maybe Bulgaria, Greenland, and Norway. But no way, Jose, Turkey or Romania. Latin America, he would go into Mexico, and maybe Brazil, Colombia, Bolivia, Chile, and Peru. But nada, no way, Jose, to Bolivia, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Venezuela, or Ecuador. And as a separate category, he would go into Argentina, Catamarca, Salta, San Juan, Santa Cruz, and maybe Jujuy province, but no way, Jose, to Chubut, La Roja, or Mendoza provinces. And in the Pacific, Oceania, he would go into Indonesia. He would go into maybe New Zealand, but no way Papua New Guinea. Africa, one country, that's good, Ghana. Maybe South Africa, I'd say NIXX on that. Botswana, Burkina Faso, I've heard that that's good. And Guinea, that's maybe. Everything else in Africa he'd avoid. No way Russia, no way China. So that might be a starting point. That's for mining. And he left out the Middle East. I think Saudi Arabia is selling their mining rights. Jerome is asking, fundamental stock price at $4 before earnings report. I think $4 is overpriced unless good news is, look, there's a lot of good news possible. Just to run through it quickly, you could have a joint venture. That would be huge, and the stock would go much higher. You could have favorable financing of some kind, a new investor of some kind. That would be favorable, and the stock could go much higher. You could have what would appear initially negative financing coming out of Roth Capital, but if it's a good enough amount, and if it's for the C2 contract, I think that could be very positive for the stock price over the intermediate and longer term. You could have a big contract announcement. I don't know. I don't know any of these things. Those would be good. if you have earnings come out that are somewhat negative, but predictably so, I think the stock's fine. I don't think it's going to collapse. If you get a research report, I think a report would come out in the $4 range, $3.50, $4 range, unless there's something much bigger that we don't know about. So I think a research report would be a buttress for where it is now, not revolutionary. And I think there are so many exciting things that could just be bolts out of the blue. They could sell a big part of their cloud computing, all profit, quarterly. They could announce initiatives with the insurance companies. That would be all profit. They could do this Indonesia thing. I'm not as, I think that's going to take time, but who knows? So there's a bunch of, and the C2 contract, there's a bunch of things that could change the valuation of Finger to the good. And of course, there's always the potential of buy-ins of the non-delivered shares. And that can get out of control very quickly. So there's a lot of reasons to be positive on Finger. But my fundamental target would be $3.50 to $4. And if they do a financing via Roth Capital, I wouldn't be shocked to see it done at $2.75 or $3 or $3.25 a share. But don't get alarmed. As long as it's a significant amount of money and it's reasonably non-toxic, it will be toxic. That's all Roth Capital knows how to do. But these at the monies, these kind of things, they look non-toxic. They are toxic, but they're not quite as bad as the others. But if it's a big, significant chunk of money and the C2 contract is working, you got a ball game. It's a whole new ball game. So, the only thing that would, I think, be really negative for Finger is if they have no news and they don't raise any money and they lose one or two of the C2 contracts. None of that's good, but I don't see that as realistic. I really don't. I think we're at a stage where Finger, I think that was the last time the criminals can get it down to $1. They're all, any of the shares that are still exposed to buy-ins, they're all going to be in trouble. It's just a question of when and what's the magnitude and can they control the squeeze or not. We don't know any of that. But yeah, I think I would adjust my number for a fundamental target, an upside of $3.50 to $4. And I would think that the stock, based on what we know right now, maybe that number, 275 to 325, maybe something like that would be my estimate of a fundamental value ceteris paribus. As long as there's no negative news or bad thing happening. I don't think the criminals can destroy the stock anymore in finger. So, yeah, I guess that's my answer. But you know what, Jerome, we'll know more. I guess Ham said it's coming out Thursday night, so we'll know more Friday, and we'll be able to digest it. And who knows? Maybe I can get Martin to spend 45 minutes with me, and I can ask him a bunch of questions. I'm sure he'll have other calls with other people. So Portugal's a good choice. Portugal's a good choice. Was that on this list? Yeah, Portugal. It's a good one. He left all of the Middle East off this list. Unless it's in Africa, then you avoid it. But it's not really Africa. Anyway. All right. I think we can check trading, fingers up a little bit. And we can check just to see if there's any nightmare news out there. Doesn't seem to be. Doesn't seem to be a lot of show business news that I don't care about. Yeah, not a lot of news. All right. So I guess we're finished. If you don't mind, I'm going to sign off. If you have questions, I'll go to 5 o'clock, but I think I might sign off otherwise. It's been a nerve-shattering experience for me, sir. This is difficult. Do you know what the mining value chain is? Discover, define, design, develop, deplete, decommission. I was reading last night, which will be good for, I forget who the gentleman was that asked me about our little gold company. It was very good answers. Very good answers in the book I was reading about what's happening there. So it'll give me something to talk about on a Zoom call. All right. All right, everybody. I think I'll leave it at that. I thank everyone for being here. Thanks for the input of all kinds. And it is exciting to have a couple of things looking decent. Finger looks very strong. It's remained strong. So that gives me a lot of curiosity, frankly. And I don't know what else to say. So tomorrow is Wednesday. I might come on early tomorrow, I guess. I don't know. Thursday, I have an eye appointment midday, so I don't know how Thursday's going to go. Friday's Friday, and maybe we'll have some good news by then all around. So anyway, peace, love, and happiness. I do wish everyone well, including people that I have a running banter with and some sarcasm. I do wish everyone well. Cheers.